And these sensors keep sending the information to the command and control center. We share this information with the UP Pollution Control Board and our office in Varanasi, and the other city authorities like Traffic Police, Varanasi Development Authority, and Municipal Corporation for that purpose. Through COVID was an excellent opportunity for us to fully leverage our integrated command and control center. To be very honest, before the COVID, though I have been in charge for this project and ICCC, we used to feel a kind of guilty. We have invested so much of public money, 150 crores, that's 100 crores in the capex and another 50 crores in the opex. Are we doing justice to that? Is the city is going to use? Because we were fine, roping in the other stakeholders, what a big issue. Even today is, but a lot of change now. Traffic Police, Development Authorities, Municipal Corporation, Water Supply, Sewerage, Board, PW, to bring them along. They were not using our data. They were not sharing data in the beginning. Now a lot has moved. We always used to feel that we have oversized it, we have overspent it. That is a kind of conscious feeling that people like me used to have. And it all changed overnight during COVID. A decision was taken on one fine day that we will convert this command control center into the COVID war room when this COVID broke. Then overnight, we changed the telephone lines. We brought in all the district administration, helpline, everybody into command control center. Then it has happened. We really managed the COVID very well in this thing because everything was brought to one single platform. The doctors, the people who supply ration, people who manage the shelters, and the management of vegetable vendors, the medical distributors, everybody was brought in here, and we developed an app. Within something like 48 to 72 hours, we developed this Safe Kazi mobile app. Because in the first wave of COVID, the most important thing was lack of authentic information. People didn't know what to do. This is a symptom whether I should go to the doctor, hospital, or take Rosin. Total disinformation, and everything was locked up. So that was the time we thought, so this is very, very important. So the basic was the authentic information dissemination. Government was rolling out circulars, Department of Health, WHO, Municipal Corporation, and people don't know because newspapers could not come. So what they were hearing, a lot of panic call from the television channels. It was all frightening. People don't know what to do. That's the time we were daily rolling out the COVID updates, do's and don'ts, and even we provided telemedicine and consultation through this mobile app with the doctors, and people could book. They want grocery at their doorstep, fruit and vegetables, and those who wanted the e-pass, they could also apply. So incident reporting, everything we just linked up, and we developed and rolled out this app in 72 hours, and we constantly updated sitting on this. When the entire world was relaxing, sleeping, and locked up in the house, our people, including myself, we worked almost 24 hours. We were on the run. We were working extraordinarily day and night during COVID time. And the center was our integrated command and control center. Phenomenal way. And I use this GIS technology, what we had, everything we mapped on the GIS. Each and every COVID patient in Varanasi was mapped. We know where he is located. Where is the nearest hospital? Where is the nearest location? Like this is, I'm showing the 4 important dashboards. So we developed something like 20 to 25 type of dashboards. For each and every person, there was a dashboard. The doctor could see where his patients are. And the patients could see where the nearest doctors are, hospitals are, where the medicines should come. And we used to have this analysis through GIS and to find out where medicine is not reaching, where groceries are not reaching. So we managed through the vendors on this thing. We have put it to immense use. Again, this way of COVID management has won several awards and accomplishments. And that is when we felt accomplished. This integrated command and control centers are really useful for disaster management also we could use to best use. Even after that, subsequently during floods, rains, every time we used to customize these different dashboards. And we know it is an excellent platform because all the data could come and all the people could sit in one place. Or we have, for those people, we have even provided an IP address where from sitting at the desk. For example, all the doctors or others were sitting, the chief medical officer couldn't be sitting. So we provided an IP address, external IP address, where he could access it, similarly to the police commissioner. Rahul Kapoor sir talked about IUDX. It's a very good initiative taken by the ministry. And we were one of the pioneering city. We collaborated with the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. And we have taken solid waste management as the case study. And this data is available in the IUDX, www.iuds.org.in. So that now several cities have joined. It is an open data source platform, and where the researchers, startups, anybody could go and see. Some data are public, others could buy it or send a request. Other than the integrated command and control center, we also we walked again Varanasi one step further. We have another viewing center where we have what is called an advanced surveillance system. This is the instance of our Honorable Chief Minister, who insisted that Kasi should have more secure and safe. So we have what is called an advanced surveillance system where more about some 2,200 high definition surveillance cameras are there at 665 locations. And one good thing what we have done in this is, instead of depending on the internet service providers, we laid in our own fiber optical network of 415 kilometers. Smart City owns the network, and this kind of network even the Airtel, Jio, or the BSNL does not have. In fact, they are trying to hire my spare bandwidth. So what's great about it, we have 21 type of artificial intelligence features, which we use for the police department for doing the safety and security of the citizens. So one of them is the facial recognition. Of course, automatic number plate recognition is there. There are different functions. I think I have the list here. All these functions can be done through the advanced surveillance systems. The police is putting that into real use. A lot of murder cases, crime have been solved through these. People could collect the witness and evidence. We had, as I mentioned in the beginning, Varanasi is known for the parking and traffic congestion. The city did not have a single parking area, designated parking area. Again, through Smart City, we developed some 3-4. Then there was no space. So what we did, we dug up the whole big parks, constructed the basement car parking, and restored the park at the ground level. Like this, we did it at 3 places. At one small place near the Kashi Vishwanath temple, we constructed a multi-story two-wheeler parking where the cars could go up and down in the lift. Then we wanted to go one step further. We have the different parking. How does a person who drives into the city knows where is the parking, whether the slot is available or not? So we built up another mobile app where the person could search and find out where is the vacancy, book a slot, pay it, and take a QR code and go there, scan and get inside and park his car or two-wheeler. This also we developed and rolled out, another IoT initiative. And I talked about GIS, I talked about 3D GIS. We again one of our first kind, we have an open data portal called Kasi GeoHub, kasigeohub.org. I request all of you to go and log in and check out. We have tons and tons of information. All the information about the city in the special form is available as an open data source. Anybody could go, students, researchers, ordinary person also. So there are a lot of useful information and applications and crowdsourcing apps. So we have it here. So we have commissioned it about some 1.5 years. Again, first of its kind, geospatial open data portal of the city. Again, another problem of the city was tourists come here in large numbers. Varanasi used to have something like 50,000 tourists each day earlier. And after opening up the new Kashi Vishwanath Dham, after the renovation inauguration by the Honorable Prime Minister, now we are having 1.5 lakh tourists every day. And this increases to 4 lakhs to 5 lakhs in the peak days like Shivaratri, New Year, some 5-6 days in the year. And to a city with a population of 15 lakhs, that's the current population. Census 2011 says it is 11 lakhs. So the tourists have to go and stand in long queues for the temple, for the sarna, this, that. We thought, why don't we use another app, the Smart City Do Something? This is yet to be rolled out. It's under development stage. We are developing a unified tourist pass, so people could select all the places they want to visit, pay it, again a discounted rate, buy a QR code based ticket. This ticket they can show in their mobile at any of the entrances, and you will have a separate kind of a VIP entrance where you will be rushed through. Like the Digi Yatra government has rolled out for airport, the facial recognition feature. So this is in lines with the European cities like London and Paris. They have London Pass, Paris Pass. Those of you who traveled abroad will know. So one pass for all the places in the city, and avail discounts at the stores, discounts at the hotels, discounts at the restaurant. So you are a VIP when you are in Varanasi if you have this pass. This is under development. I'm planning to roll it out by 1st January. Let's see. So very soon you will have that. So what next? All that I could think of, what the Varanasi Smart City could think of doing it in the IoT space. So we have done. So we are again, only one city we have to join the supercomputing bandwagon. So from the digital earth to digital nation to the digital state, the only city has been selected to twin with the supercomputing mission by CDAC. So we have collaboration with IIT BHU, Varanasi Smart City, and CDAC Pune. So we are developing a digital twin of the Varanasi city. That is the next level. It is again a work in progress. That's all I think I have to say about what all we are doing there in the city. It's a good example of what the smart cities, different cities must be doing something different like this. So this is my case and my city's case. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your experiences with Varanasi Smart City. We'll be breaking for tea right now. It's a short break for 15 minutes. Everyone is requested to move to gym area. After that, we'll start in short 15 minutes. Please be back.
अनम्यूट किया, आवाज आएगी। अभी आएंगे तो इसको म्यूट करेंगे अभी मैं कुछ बोलूंगा नहीं। आप बस ठीक है तो ऐसे ही अभी बुलाएंगे मैं क्या बोलूंगा अभी अपना म्यूट किया
Yeah. So good.
ये पानी बोतल पकड़ाओ।
मदन साहब नमस्कार।
Let's try.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll be starting with our next speaker, Mr. Joydeep Som, DDG NIC, to share his talk on importance of IoT in road transport applications.
Good morning, all. Yeah, it's a privilege to be here to give us a speech on the initiatives that the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has taken up. I'm today, although I'm from NIC, but today I'm giving the presentation on behalf of Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, for whom we are doing the project e-transport. So, as you are aware that transport is a major area of our economy, and a lot of development has happened in this area in terms of not just in terms of the physical upgradation, but also in terms of the technology inputs in the various areas of the e-transport, and the application e-transport and its various components have contributed a lot in this initiative. You must have heard about Vahan Sarthi e-Chalan. Vahan is related to the vehicle registration and allied services. So if you purchase a vehicle, or if you want to sell a vehicle, or if you want to transfer a vehicle, make any changes in the vehicle details, everything is done in Vahan. So it is everything related to vehicle. Sarthi is similarly, as the name suggests, it is related to the driving license and the drivers. So the whole details, anything particular related to driving license, when you acquire a driving license or learner license or change address, renew, everything is done in Sarthi. E-Chalan, I think because many people have nowadays started getting the challans online, or because of this traffic police stopping vehicles and issuing challans through a device. So this is another initiative of the ministry in association with all the states. Pollution certificate, as you know, the pollution certificates for PUCC certificates, they are called. This is also a national level initiative which is being done through our system. There are various other systems which are also there. This gives a brief overview of this: the pollution check, the national permit for trucks, the All India tourist permit for vehicles, tourist vehicles, etc. Then there is a vehicle location tracking system. So this is now related to the vehicles which are the commercial vehicles, actually, public service buses and taxis, etc. This is related to safety of women and children. So this location of such vehicles are tracked by the government. And also the accident reporting. This is a new initiative which is again collected from the field level. This IRAD application. This is also a national level initiative of the ministry. And then online check post vehicles moving from one state to the other, and traffic violation, as I mentioned, e-Chalan. Again, on the periphery, there are so many other systems, like you have got the FASTag, which are also linked to our system. Transport, of course, the transport offices, the RTOs, etc. They are primary users, as are the dealers, automobile dealers. There are 60,000 automobile dealers who are also logging into the Vahan system. Around 40,000 QCC centers are logging into our online system. And then the e-Chalan system is again is connected to the virtual courts also. There are any number of government organizations, agencies who are taking the data from Vahan, Sarthi, etc., including the many smart cities. There are at least 40 smart cities who are connected to us either because of the data or because of this process level integration. and there are the banks, automobile components, automobile manufacturers also directly connected to our system. Every model of the vehicle which is rolled out in the country, they must give their details in our homologation system, and also the inventory. Each vehicle detail has to be uploaded into the Vahan homologation system. Insurance are also linked. Every insurance in renewal information policy is directly coming to our system. So these are all an integrated system. As you know now, the transport, Vahan and Sarthi, the vehicle registration is not an isolated system. Everything is linked together, which ensures that the data is correct and consistent, and also that the processes are also integrated. There is less amount of data inconsistency and manipulation. So these are the things. And of course, the biggest user is citizen. Now the main thrust is on citizen, because the citizen is ultimate user, and for every transport related requirement, the citizen is now not required. For most of the services, the citizen are not required to go to the RTO now. In the last 1 or 2 years, this new initiative has come up, and it has been increasingly been implemented in most of the states. And there's, of course, it's not fully implemented, but it's a big way. The thrust is in that area, that the citizens should not be asked to come to the RTO because of the hassles which have to be avoided. So everything they can do online from their home. So this is the new area where things are moving. These are the, I'll not go into the details of all these things. These are the vehicle related things: permits, tax, smart cards, tax, this way conversion, alteration, registration, temporary, permanent. There are so many things. More than 100 online services are there, which are available on the web and also on mobile. So there are 30 crore vehicle records which are available in our database, and which is shared to many other external agencies also, and many other external systems also. And 1340 RTOs are connected. Faceless service, almost 33 faceless services under Vahan are there. Similarly, Sarthi related applications, learner license, driving license, conductor license, driving test, driving schools, everything is connected. Similarly, in Sarthi also, the learner license and driving license together is almost 34 crore, which are there in our system. E-Challan is another system which I mentioned is related to traffic enforcement. And earlier, as you know, this was a very opaque area. Everything was manual, a lot of corruption, a lot of lack of transparency. Now everything is recorded. All the devices are connected to the backend system. Vahan, Sarthi, everything is connected. The codes are also connected. And not just that, the E-Challan also integrates with the cameras, the speed control devices, the speed guns, laser devices, which are there in Delhi. You have seen these are very ubiquitous. In many other states and smart cities, expressways, these smart cameras are increasingly coming up, and all the feed, most of the feed are coming to our E-Challan system, and the challans are generated as per the police protocol. These are the like CCTV cameras. 3.2 crore challans have been generated. E-Challans from the spot devices, 13.84 crore challans have been generated. So these are rough calculations. Pollution check also similarly. These kiosks which you see in the petrol pump where you go for the pollution check. So they are also almost 37 or 38,000 PUCC centers are all linked online system. So whenever you do the pollution check, the data is available on the system on real-time basis. There's a mobile app which has come up, which is Next Gen M2M, which provides the citizen everything on the palm top. So you get now the services also are coming up. Earlier, the Parivahan, the M2M app was already a popular system because virtual DL, virtual RC was provided. Also, you can search any details of any vehicle or license. But now the services are coming up. Now 25 services have already been given, and 50 more services. Total 75 services are going to come up within the next 1 month. It's in connection with the 75th anniversary of India's independence. 75 online services will be available in the Next Gen M2M very shortly. Right now, it's 25. These are the services like homologation, as I mentioned. All the manufacturers are connected. Fancy number is there any special number you want to book. This is now very transparent, and it's a revenue earner for the departments of the states. You can bid online. This online bidding system is there for any choice number or special number. I'll skip these things. Faceless services, as I mentioned, this is the thrust area now. So all the states are going increasingly for the faceless services. So you apply online, you give your details. Aadhaar is linked to this. So Aadhaar eKYC happens and Aadhaar authentication happens. So your ID is not required. Your address proof is not required because these are provided by Aadhaar. Then there are other things like documentation. Everything, most of the documentation are already there in Vahan or Sarthi system already. So the documentation have been minimized, and the minimum documentation also, whatever is required, is to be uploaded. E-sign facility is there. All these together mean that you need not go to the RTO for verification of the document or verification of your ID, etc. So this system is being utilized by the states to facilitate contactless services. So citizen can just apply online, make the data entered, upload document if required, pay the fee online, and then just wait for the RTO to approve it. RTO will approve it and then send. If it is a smart card to be delivered, it will come through speed post. Or in many cases, it is auto approval. In many cases where the system itself can check, so the system provides for no verification, no approval. It's auto approval on the spot. You get the output document. For instance, if you want to apply for learner license, you did not go to the RTO at all. There's a face recognition system, AI-based face recognition system, where you appear from home, and the system will check whether the correct person has appeared, because it will be linked to the photograph of which comes from Aadhaar. It will be cross-matched, and the system will. There is an online test also. You have to appear in the test, where you have to pass 60% score, 60% in that test. Earlier you had to go to the RTO, but now you can appear in the test from comfort of your home, and the system will keep a tab on you, whether you are manipulating, whether you have another person sitting beside you, and whether you have moved out another person. So the system will keep a tab. It will take photograph. If there is violation, it will go for review. If there is no violation detected, you will be given the learner license on the spot, downloadable. No need of waiting, no need of going to the RTO. And so many other services, renewal of your license, or for instance, you only now the thrust the point is that only for the limited number of services, if you have to go for a driving test, of course you have to go to the RTO. If the vehicle has to go for a fitness, of course it has go to the RTO. But for rest of the services, gradually the system is moving away from the RTO centric operations, and everything will be provided to the citizen from online, completely online. So you can see so many faceless services are already provided in Vahan. That is vehicle-related services, around 37 services, and 33 services in Sarthi. Total around 70 services available here. Vehicle location and emergency alert system. This is something that is IoT-based system, and this uses the GPS location and the data dispatched from the system. It is related to the IoT devices which are fitted into the commercial vehicles, and like buses and taxis. There is also a facility for emergency alert button. And so the thing is that there is a backend command and control center which monitors the signal which is coming from the vehicles. The vehicles transmit the data every 2 minutes. And every 2 minutes, the data packet which is sent by the vehicles contains the location of the vehicle, speed of the vehicle, direction of the vehicle, altitude, or total 39 parameters are sent in every data packet. And it also sends some health checkup, like whether the device is the battery is up, battery is low, or there are any other anomalies are there. So these are all monitored from the centralized system, and the command and control system can monitor any vehicle. It can monitor a group of vehicles, and there is a possibility of geo-tagging also, geo-fencing also. So if a vehicle, for instance, is supposed to move in a designated route or designated area, if it violates that, then you can find out from the centralized command and control center. If a vehicle moves at a faster speed than the permitted limit, so what speed violation can be detected. So these are these things which are going to come in a big way, and these are the things which are going to replace many of the existing systems, like the cameras which are detecting the speed, etc. this can be replaced with a much more efficient system using this device, because this device has got the continuous monitoring of a vehicle. The speed is not monitored at the location where camera is. It is continuously monitored every few seconds. The data is coming. So if there is any overspeed, immediately the chalaning system can be activated and the challan can go. Also, another thing is that the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways is thinking of replacing the existing FASTag-based tolling system with the GPS-based tolling system. And the all the consultation process is now on, and the finalization of these specifications is almost done. And this system hopefully will be launched in the next 1 or 2 years. This will be a big game changer in the whole system. The long queues at the toll plazas will be, I think, eliminated, because there will be no toll plaza. The system will monitor which are the tollable part of the highways, and immediately after a vehicle hits that segment of the road, immediately the tracking starts, and the tolling will also be based on the number of kilometers that you pass through. So if you pass through 20 kilometers, then the tolling will be based on that. If you pass 200 kilometers of the tollable road, in that case, the calculation will be made accordingly. And also, this system is which is already implemented in many other European countries. So this is something is going to be implemented very soon. So this is, as I mentioned, the VRT system is based on AIS 140 specification. It is also has this BIS version also already there. And so these are the details. I'm not going into all these details. I'll conclude here saying that the Ministry of Road Transport has initiated a number of initiatives, a number of new ventures, and which are aimed towards making the system more robust and more compliant for the rules and regulations, and also better service delivery to the citizen. So thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for underlining the importance of IoT in road transport applications. Next in the series, we have a panel discussion on smart city implementations, challenges and mitigations. The panelists are Sri Rahul Kapoor, Director, MOH UA, Mr. Joydeep Som, DDG, NIC, Mr. Pankaj Khurana, Ernst & Young Global Limited, Sri Ravi Kumar, Senior DGM, Bharat Electronics Limited, Dr. D. Vasudevan, Technology Head, Varanasi Smart City. And this discussion will be moderated by Mr. Arindam Bhattacharya. I would now request all the panelists and the moderator to come on stage.
Rahul Kapoor has joined online. No, we are waiting for him. So Mr. Rahul, put a slide. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yeah, very good afternoon. Sorry, I'm joining from my office now. I would have been there physically, but I'm glad to be part of this panel.
We really appreciate. It's really heartening. This virtual thing has actually enabled us to be in touch even when the person is not physically present. Thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule to join virtually as well. So I'll start with you, first of all. You started the session, the panel discussion also will start with you. You are at the core of all this smart city activities, the entire mission over there. So I feel your task is very tough, managing the timelines of the smart city mission, along with ensuring that the smart cities go in a very organized manner. It is done with the lesser number of iterations. Standardization aspects also need to be covered. The gap areas need to be covered. So how do you manage all this balance? How do you strike a balance between these two?
Of course, it's a very difficult balance to strike. And first thing is the acceptance that whatever we are trying to do is not basically an end state that we are looking to achieve. So it's a journey that we are performing right now. And that scale up will have to happen gradually. So what we are doing is we are starting with the foundation and the building blocks with all the pieces with regard to the data smart city strategy that culminated into the National Urban Digital Mission. The work on standardization that was also adopted by the Urban Digital Mission in the various platforms and the programs that are getting developed. And also a scale up by conceptualizing a new mission that we want to take and basically scale up all these efforts throughout the country, be it, let us say, the city operations platform or the ICCCs that need to go beyond the 100 cities into the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. That increases the adoption of technology, but at the same time will also lead to proliferation of the standards that we are going to build. So that way, the whole market is going to be created in that effort. So talks with the industry becomes very important in conceptualizing of all these programs and schemes. And similarly for e-governance, the kind of standards that we have built, even those standards are basically being developed in consultation with the states, with the industry partners, because as we roll out beyond the 100 smart cities, when we look at the 800 plus urban local bodies, I think that is why the whole idea of smart cities mission, the approach of smart cities mission is going to be very, very helpful. So it somehow helps us. Collaboration helps. We don't try to do everything on our own. We basically help create an enabling environment. We try to work on a lot of collaborations and partnerships when it comes to standards development with the various standard development organizations that are there in the country, with the end users, with the industry. So from the supply side and the demand side, both areas we are trying to engage in this dialogue. And that approach basically has helped us to basically keep our hands free, I guess, to an extent. So I think having good partners is the way to address these kind of challenges and balance things.
Also good standards. The standards should be in place for that. I must appreciate the initiatives taken by Mahua to actually infuse a new blood into the BIS activities by standing behind them and kind of to keep us on our toes at BIS to come out of the standards that we did over there. So a lot of good work has been done. I'll move over to Vasudevan ji. You just told us about Varanasi being smart. It's really very difficult to actually visualize Varanasi as a smart city, because with all the religious things and the way Varanasi has been set up, those narrow bylanes of Varanasi and everything around it. It's really a very monumental job that you have carried out, and you have come out successfully. But since you did not start at the very outset when the smart city thing started in 2014, it started a little later, you must have taken some cue from the existing smart cities that had already, that were already rolled out by that time. So what kind of learnings that you took, or what learnings of what not to do you took, and what are the gap areas that you are seeing right now, which you feel that needs to be filled up? Your points, sir.
Well, the smart city selection, there were the smart city selection had happened in 4 rounds, and we were selected. Varanasi was selected in round 2. Nevertheless, our Varanasi smart city SPV was formed in sometime in 2016, but we were, having a good consultant initially who were acted as because every smart city was asked to hire a project management consultant. There was a panel of consultants created by the smart city mission itself and circulated, and we did have a consultant. In terms of the design, yes, the consultant has done a good job. So we had an experienced consultants guiding the initial stages. There was no special purpose vehicle staff. There were only the board of directors, and the consultants in turn helped the client hire the various system integrators and vendors. But in coming to implementation, though we were selected in round 2, we were way ahead. In fact, none of the IEEEs, except barring one in Bhubaneswar and Agra, they were also still just being integrated or just being commissioned. So we were entirely of our own. We are in a way first of our, because our thing was integrated in February 2019 itself. So in fact, none of the standards for IEEE for any of the systems did exist. In fact, during the standards formulation stage, we have been collaborating with the Bureau of Indian Standards and the Ministry. We have been guiding based upon our experience how the standards could be modified. So in fact, we didn't have anyone or any model to follow. There was no lessons learned also, because lessons are still being learned by many smart cities. In fact, we have provided our guidance to several smart cities, come and visit us and follow us and try to take our feedback and guidance from us. So we are kind of a pioneer, or we can say front runner in a way, though we were selected in round 2.
The second part of the question is, there must be still some gap areas which you feel that need to be filled.
Yes,
So
there are gap areas because the entire design, especially if you take the integrated command and control center, which is heavy capital intensive, and also the nerve center of the city where most of the operations, especially the IoT operations, are centralized. If I were to design and build that IEEE, I will do entirely in a different way, though the components and applications would have been different. Because during the course of implementation, the course of commissioning and running it in the field, we learned a lot of lessons. I would have incorporated all those things. Probably we would have reduced the cost by another 20 to 30%. The lesser cost we would do it here. What I could see when after I joined the thing and when I started going through, by the time most of the things have been bought over and implemented. But during tea break, somebody was interacting with my mention. The consultants have put in something called 1,000 Microsoft licenses into the system have been bought. I have 25 terminals, back office, even I had given all the license to the entire municipal corporation staff. I'm still not able to exhaust, and that is for 5 years. And the oversizing of the servers, oversizing of many software licenses. Another classic example is Cisco was one of the partner. All the servers and systems were from Cisco. The consultants have recommended a video conferencing system. It is a proprietary item of Cisco. I can do only WebEx through that. I'm not able to use for any other cloud-based applications. We realized very badly during COVID time, everything become online. We were to do conference on Zoom, Google Meet, and every platform because everybody was adopting like Microsoft Teams. I could use it only for Cisco WebEx, and I have an equipment which is worth 50 lakhs. It's an excellent equipment in terms of WebEx only. But like this type of lot of mistakes we could have corrected, and today I have an alternate solution in every office of ours. With 1 to 1.5 lakhs, I could set up an excellent video conferencing facility with the desktops, laptops. So this type of thing, lots of cost savings can occur. In fact, whoever comes to us, the other smart cities and other people who come and visit us, we give all those guidance, whatever lessons learned. I am sure those are very, very useful to them. Another classic example, if you permit, there was a smart lighting component in this. And we had 10,000 smart lights, LED street lights, and everything centrally controlled through a command control center for smart lighting component. And these were to have a controller, and they had to a GSM chip so that you could individually send a message, switch on and off, set the timings. And the consultants did an interpretation. There was a wording in the contract. Every smart light pole will be individually controlled from the command control center. So he interpreted and insisted, and all the 10,000 poles should have, chip and component. Whereas it was actually originally envisaged they will be clubbed into a group of 40, and there will be only 250 controllers. This interpretation of the consultant, the PMC who was controlling them, resulted in installing 10,000 controllers and 10,000 GSM, SIM cards into each and every pole. Now, what happens? He insisted, and the master system integrated contractor was to obey and done it. But he has left with a liability of paying for 10,000 GSM bills to me, operation maintenance. See the operating cost. So these type of blunders do happen. So people have to see in a very objective manner, should not just see, read the writings and interpret. A lot of things, we have learned. And we are trying to, what I could do is I could recover all the money from the PMC's bill now. That is the only thing we could do for a colossal design. Nothing else I could do to save the government's money. But this is a typical example. This type of things do happen. And one has to be quite watchful and careful in the design document. The contract documents play a big role.
Important thing. So, now, is Rahul Kapoorji still there? I mean, I'm not seeing his video anymore. Sir, are you there? Yes. Is logged out or?
Yes, left, sir.
Okay. But anyway, sir, our video conferencing system is very much on which you are saying. So we have joined, and that kind of fulfills the PM's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat as well. So I think, and we have the standards compliant platform as well. So maybe the forthcoming smart cities can look forward to us in order to bridge that gap and give everything. But that brings me to Pankaj Khurana is from the consulting firm Ernst & Young, and he had been part of many smart cities. And since Vasudevanji raised issues regarding the consultants oversizing the design and giving oversized specifications, which actually results into a lot of overspending. So Pankaj, you haven't got a chance to speak also, so maybe first you may take a couple of minutes to introduce yourself and what is being carried out by Ernst, and then maybe address his question. And the most pertinent question is that what role should the consulting firms play in mitigating these kind of issues? To seeing that in Indian ecosystem, it goes in a standards-based way and in the most frugal manner that is possible.
Thank you very much, Mr. Before I start, I think Mr. Vasudevan, as you started, that reminds me something very interesting. You started that PMC has done excellent job. Then you counted some goof-ups which have happened. That reminds me that Sholay ka dialogue, na, that बाकी सब तो अच्छा है, लेकिन लड़का कभी-कभी शराब पी लेता है. Okay, coming back to this, friends, I'm Pankaj Khurana. I'm partner with the government digital practice of Ernst & Young. Prior to this, I've served PwC in the capacity of partner for digital transformation, and prior to this, I've also worked with Government of India for a few years. As part of, with regard to smart cities, I've been part of this mission since 2014 when the first set of cities were being selected. Then, of course, the second, third, fourth wave, whatever number of cities have been covered. There are about 100 cities which were covered part of the mission, which is almost 15% of all the cities in this country and almost 20% of population, which is a huge sum. And I heard that we are getting, soon we are going to get into phase 2, mission 2, maybe next year onwards, which would cover another set of cities. So I think that takes me back to a thinking, while the objectives of these missions were decided or defined, I think mostly it was defined that how much time would we take to complete maybe pan-city initiatives, how much time would we take to complete area-based development. But nobody think, or maybe it was too early to think about how do we define those measurable outcomes. Would it be that we have completed this infrastructure, or would it be that we have rolled out these applications? Would it be we have completed the implementation of these 1,000 or 10,000 smart lights, smart poles, etc.? Or would it be how has this improved the life of the citizens? While we have city life index or ease of life index, we have ease of doing business index, we have employment index. Why can't these outcomes be linked with the measurable outcomes which directly impact the life of citizens? Basically, we are investing so much of cost so that life improves, we generate employment, industry improves, it contributes to the GDP, and overall we become a from developing these, we do a good journey from developing to a developed country in time to come. So it's very important whenever we are getting into mission 2, it is very important to define those measurable outcomes which have already covered 15% of the cities and 20% of the population. How is this going to improve the life of citizens and increase per capita income, increase employment, increase productivity, and ultimately improves the economy and social stature of this country. And to do this, I think there are few fundamental things which have to be brought into place. One is standardization. While we were discussing about these licenses and buying some extra licenses, investing so much into other infrastructure, I think how do we define, and those standards not only in terms of technology standards but also procurement standards, that a city of this scale would need this kind of infrastructure, and this infrastructure has to be interoperable, has to be scalable, has to be sustainable, so that if one city has exhausted its number of licenses or infrastructure component or whatever, it can move into next city to source it or share its resources with other cities, which is not the case. For instance, UP has about 11 smart cities. Why could not those cities share so much of infrastructure? While this is about infrastructure and resources, same thing applies to data. While we are discussing about improving through these smart cities, we want to improve the life of citizens, which is essentially health, which is essentially education system, their employment. We are also looking at how industries would come and contribute into growth of these cities. So how do we create those elements using data, or do some kind of interoperability of data among various cities and come out with some insight that this cluster would need this kind of employment. It has got these kind of skills, and these can be used for improving our education system, which is aligned with the industrial growth. So I think those standards are needed at data level, first at the procurement level, then at the data level, and then at the infrastructure and implementation level, so that all three phases, whether this is the planning and conceptualization phase, this is the execution phase, and finally the outcome which we are going to receive out of it is, which defines that the life of citizen of this city has improved by this scale, employment has improved by this scale. So finally defining that measurable outcome. So here comes the role of consultant, working with Mahua and cities, defining those measurable outcomes linked with the objective. I think this is one problem which we should, as consultants, should address. Second, as I said, on procurement also, how do we define those guidelines at the Mahua level, which can be circulated? Third is financial independence and empowerment. I think all the money which is going to smart cities is managed by the center through state, then it reaches to the municipality and SPVs. So how do we streamline this and empower SPVs to take some smaller decisions at the same time? How do we fasten the process, which can, as Mr. Vasudevan was saying, that the progress of the city or the work is defined by the fund consumed. But I would say that intelligently fund consumed and how do we improve the process should be the job, should be one job which consultant should do it honestly and invest into it with Mahua and the cities which are taking up, which are participating in the smart city mission. So this is all from my side. Thank you.
I mean, kind of enticed to ask another question, which is perhaps a corollary to that, is that while on one side, all the government entities are being encouraged to move towards Atmanirbhar Bharat in their procurements, implementations everywhere. And also the manufacturers are also told to produce things which can compete with the rest of the world in the multinational fraternity. But while I see the ICCC tenders and the ICCC rollouts, 80% of them are happening with foreign brands. So there had been a lot of startups working on small IoT things and even the e-governance part. But when I see the smart city implementations, hardly a very handful of them get a chance to showcase their strengths, their talents into the smart cities. And being a consulting firm, it should be your KPI also to see that these startups and all the sensors, devices, and the applications and infrastructure come from Indian sources, Indian manufacturers. I know it's a very difficult task, not a very easy task to do, but is there a strategy that you can adopt to make this happen in the future at least?
Sure. So thank you very much, Arindamji. That reminds me another instance. We were doing a project with Ministry of Home Affairs, and we had for implementation of this project, we were to reach out to all the police stations in the country. And that time, the satellite rates which were quoted by various vendors. One of the satellite was Thai satellite. The rates were very economical and lowest in the category. But we still chosen to go on our own Indian satellites and had to pay a little more than the Thai satellite, which we would have paid to Thai satellite. But the confidence was that at least our data is secure because this data pertained to crime and criminals. So we were assured that this data is safe. We are in, and money is moving from one pocket of the government to another pocket. Coming to this part of, so I think this is essential that how do we promote our, become vocal for local. This is we use it so frequently. I take your point, this should be the KPI, but I think most important KPI is that how successfully we can implement this. So the startup industry is hugely contributing. I think we are still to reach, we are still at the test bed. It will take some time to reach at that scale where we can say with conviction and confidence that all these devices which have been designed are scalable and well tested. Point number one. Point number two is that all these startups, because this is a mission which would need a lot of patience and sustainability at startup level also in terms of their financial capability. So at least they have reached to a stage where, because we know government financial processes, the money takes a lot of time. I think that is another area for improvement. So these startups, are they able to sustain during those tough times, or can government, recently government defined those timelines that you have to make 30 days the time which has been defined for payment to MSMEs. But still a lot of industries are not able to follow it. A lot of government departments are not able to follow it. How do we promote that culture and parallelly build up? But we cannot hold back implementation of these projects in wait of that startups would come and give us these kind of sensors, this quality of IoT devices, or this kind of applications. So I think we will have to go parallel and slowly start moving into local things. Second, I think another important thing comes to my mind is forgot to mention, I think while we are doing the standardization, we could have very well thought one simple thing, that why are we developing or why are we innovating new application for every city. So 100 cities, 100 applications for same purpose, that is delivery of services to the citizen. At the same time, there are other government programs which are running in the name of e-districts, in the name of state portal SSDG, in the name of e-Kranti at MIT, in the name of state IT departments. How do we standardize this part? I think that is another important element which should not be ignored as we are getting into phase 2. Sir, NIC has played a humongous and very important role in designing those applications. I think ministry can look at how well they can use those programs as well as NIC, or even if they want to do it at center, but define one program, one application for all the cities and why not for the whole country. But that is one element where we can save a lot of cost, lot of licenses, a lot of effort, which can very well go for other productive.
So it's a cat and mouse story. Until unless you give opportunity to the startups, how do they get the experience?
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
you have to trust them.
They have to move
Yeah.
together.
So we have set up a center of innovation for IoT M2M. We have our own platform which we have opened for that, and maybe we are getting into a partnership mode where scores of more than scores now, it is about double the number. Around 40 startups have joined us. So maybe you can look towards us.
Sure.
We can give you those solutions which will be homegrown, which will be indigenous, and which will fulfill all your needs.
Absolutely.
And your KPIs also will improve.
Absolutely.
But that takes me to our next speaker, Mr. Jaideep. Morth is doing a lot of things independently, which I think, Vasudevan also mentioned about smart parking and issues relating to traffic, right? Morth also is taking certain things like AIS 140 is about position, velocity, time, PVT data for all the commercial vehicles, and a lot of initiatives are being taken. Don't you feel that there should be a synergy between these two departments in order to bring in harmony, and both will get benefited out of it, and there will be a little economization of the monetary part which is being spent by the individual departments, and there will be synergy, so a larger number of people will be benefited by this particular initiative. Your take on that?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Yes, I definitely think that there's a lot of duplication of efforts, and there is a lot of overlapping areas. So these, of course, at this time, everyone is very enthusiastic about doing something People at the state level are doing their bit, and at the city level also now many things are being done. And of course, at the central level, there is a umbrella initiative to cover all the states, all the cities to mobilize in a certain manner. So in this process, there is a lot of overlap. So this is, of course, creating confusion at some stages. It is creating some wastage also in many cases. But gradually, I think this is the process. This is a process which will settle in itself over a period of time, because India as a country is developing, and there is a very genuine effort on everyone's part to do its own bit. So gradually, through, of course, the collaboration between everyone, this will settle in a period of time. Right now, as for instance, say I can just say traffic management. Center is as I mentioned, e-challan system, which is a system where you can centralize all the challaning systems or the traffic management system, at least the issuance of the challans. So this initiative has resulted in a single database for all the states where the challans, if you commit one violation in, say, Noida, it can be detected by a traffic enforcement officer in, say, Haryana, because they share a common database, which helps, because the same, you can find out the repeat offenders, for instance. You can find out if the person, if a particular type of offense is leading to certain inference. So these things are benefited if you have got a centralization or sharing of data. Now, many states, of course, are coming into the centralized bandwagon or centralized system, and e-challan system has now been implemented in 30 states, and it has also been implemented in almost, I think, 40 or something smart cities also. What the smart cities are doing, this is a collaboration, as you mentioned, that smart cities will implement the physical part of this system, or say the IT part of this system, where they will set up the cameras, they will create the backend command and control center. But when the issuance of challan part comes, it can be sent to the e-challaning system, where the challan system can be linked with the Vahan system, where you find out the address of the vehicle owner and send a appropriate message, SMS, or information for the challan. It can find out what type of offenses, because the challan system is already linked with the police departments or the transport departments, enforcement wings, etc. And it is not required for the smart cities to again redo the same thing, and it will create silos also. So this has already happened in many of the smart cities. The collaboration is happening, and they are sending the data. They are collecting the data. They are processing the first part of the data and then sending it to the e-challaning system, where traffic police of department of that state is taking control, and they are managing the challans, and it is also linked to the virtual code. So that enables the whole system, whole ecosystem to participate and do a very comprehensive job. So that these things are happening. Yes.
Thanks a lot. That brings to the last speaker, Mr. Ravi Kumar from Bharat Electronics, had been involved in so many smart cities. You already spoke about the challenges you have faced, so I don't need to ask you about the challenges. The challenges are plenty. What is that you think should be the mitigation strategy? And second question is, you spoke about semantics. So how do you feel that this semantic interoperability from your side can be achieved? Who's going to define these semantics?
As I mentioned, the greatest there are two problems I want to highlight in smart cities. The one is that when they float the tender, actually, for example, if you want to define a server, for example, you hardly require some 4-3 specifications for a server, how many cores, but now what happens, they will 3-page specifications will be defined. How many but then what happens, like this, for example, server, storage, CCTV, everything they have defined in the tender. Then there is a debate, and then there are 2,500 questions will be questioned. The controller will say this is biased to me, this is biased to that, HP is biased to this, like that. So it will take 1 month or 2 months to solve that problem. Because the change is, that is not required technically. You define only functional functionality, this much core I want, or this much I want, that will exist. But you define 3 pages, one fellow will say that some page is my server won't meet your bias. Again, you see that one, another will add. So like that, and it will take a lot of time in the specification. That is one important. Second is, they will award the contract to the people. Somebody will take on. And then we come to know that when still the command center is not built. So now, what to do? Now, when the field work you have to do, command center will come later, maybe after 1 year or something like that. So instead of that one, there is a DR center already defined in the tender. So now they have to give opportunity. Let us start from the DR cloud itself. To start all the working in the cloud, start everything, integrate everything, keep it ready. When the command center build, you bring back all the back to the on-premises and then start. That will save a lot of time. That's the one. Second thing, as you are asking, that when the specification, for example, why startups are not coming? Because as we see, the very good, very innovative startups I have seen. And I also see in the ISC that so many people are doing a lot of work on that. Now, solid waste management is not a great technology, for example. But now you put it in the tender condition that you might have minimum deployed 5 cities, 10 cities. Then there is opportunity. In the tender condition,
That we already spoke about.
so let us put functionality that system integrator is whether it's from single city, not city, he will take care. You define that this I want, this is my spec, you implement. So that is not, then only startup will come. Now startup is not at all coming. For example, small solid waste management hardly 2-3 vendors are there because everything is the same condition.
Yeah, point taken. I think Pankaj will have to put across this message, and had they been there, I would have asked the question for that. Because of paucity of time, we could have gone on and on because it was a very engaging discussion. We could have had it, but our next session speakers are also waiting. Some of them have joined from abroad. So we'll have to close the session. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for taking your time and get engaged into this, agreeing to this. Vasudevanji has traveled from Varanasi. Ravi Kumar has traveled from Bangalore. Right. So thank you very much. Our sincere thanks from all of C.Dot family. We extend our heartiest welcome to you and gratitude for attending this conference and leveraging onto your thought process. We'll definitely work towards that. We work towards a goal of PM for Atmanirbhar Bharat, as well as fulfilling all the KPIs to the fullest for the smart cities as well. Thank you very, very much. A warm round of applause for all the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. As a token of appreciation, C.Dot would like to present a memento to each of our panelists and moderator. I would like to invite Ms. Shikha Srivastav, Director C.Dot, to please give away the mementos. Sri Rahul Kapoor, please note that. Mr. Ravi Kumar, Dr. D. Vasudevan, Mr. Pankaj Khurana, and Mr. Joydeep Song. We'd also request our panelists to have a group photo.
Hello, good morning. I'm sorry, I seem to be having some technical issues. Am I audible?
Yes, Kamil, you're audible, but we'll have to wait for some time.
Oh, sure, sure.
Yeah, thank
Just checking. So the presentation will start in about 10 minutes?
you. Yes, after 10 minutes, 10 to 15
Okay,
minutes.
perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
Rana, Kamil, are you ready? Because we can start with your presentation first, since you have been waiting.
Yes, I can be ready in 1 minute. Just 1 minute.
Yes, you have the presenter, right?
Yes, thank you so much.
So she'll be speaking on building IoT security the one M2M way. Due to shortage of time, if you could just keep your presentation till 10 minutes.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So entire screen. Okay, I shall be starting. Hello, good morning. My name is Reina Camille. I'm an IoT ecosystem architecture solution manager at BT. I'm also a senior representative at 1M2M and vice chair of Working Party 1 in the ITUT SG20. I'm very happy to be presenting today. Thank you very much to CDOT and TSDSI for inviting me, and it's always a pleasure. I will keep the presentation short. These set of slides were made for a 20-minute presentation, but I'll skip through some of the slides for the sake of time. So 40% of economic impact of IoT requires interoperability between IoT systems. So this is why an integrated solution is needed. The market at the moment is highly fragmented with small vendor-specific or sector-specific solutions. So there is also a lot of reinventing the wheel, using the same services developed again and again, and also limited communication and high integration costs. This is why a solution was needed, like 1M2M. So 1M2M is the only standard du jour dedicated to enable horizontal IoT integration, data management, data historization, information sharing. It has very dynamic privacy and access control, security, storage, and exposure for various aspects. And yeah, I'll be moving on to the next slide. So diversity is the richness that allows evolution and innovation, but fragmentation of solutions is the enemy that causes delay and blockage of the development. So this is why 1M2M simplifies the environments, removes the unnecessary duplicated solutions, economy of scale, and preserves the necessary opportunity solutions specialization by internetworking. So there are opportunities and problems to supporting the developers community acceleration, transferring the competition from integration and platforms to services, unlocking the market, reducing the cost due to silos approach and its management, and enabling inter-technology and inter-domain data sharing generation. 1M2M reduces platform development and integration costs, which helps enlarge the market and enable real competition on services. So it specifies in distributed software or middleware layer sitting between applications and underlying communication networks, integrated into devices, gateway, and services and servers. It bridges communication technologies like fixed narrowband IoT, also 3GPPs, 4G and 5G, and LoRaWAN. Internetworking existing solutions like data models, data management, and it also allows to annotate data with semantic description. Most importantly, it's a global standard and it's not controlled by a single private company. So 1M2M is based on a store and share resource, REST-based paradigm. The data may be made available in the platform to other applications. Interested applications are notified by means of subscription. Privacy is ensured by strict access control management, which relies on underlying network security, providing a secure light solution. It heavily reuses underlying network functionalities, and it's an internetworking framework designed to connect the different IoT technologies. It integrates the vertical silos. We can see the workflow here. There are requirements which are formed based on technical reports and technical specs. So security in 1M2M release 2 to release 4, we have a security solution document, TS0003. We had a presentation yesterday about the transposition of this document by the ITUT. I recommend reading this document, and there are also two important documents, which are the device configuration TS0022 and TS0032. There are various important security aspects like enrollment services, secure communication services, and access control and authorization services, including requester authentication, information access authorization, static and dynamic solutions, and privacy policy management. We will be talking briefly about some of these functions in this presentation. So 1M2M secure environment and security levels. The secure environment concept abstracts the security implementation. So it exposes common services to applications depending on implementation and provides common interface for remote security administration if needed. It's the ported implementation of a distinguished 4 security level. The first one is no added security. Devices otherwise protected from attackers, like in trusted networks. There is a software-only security, like white box crypto, when there is vulnerability to a sufficiently motivated attacker. There is a trusted execution environment, TEE, which relies on the main CPU hardware feature. This one acts as a good barrier against software-based attacks. It is sufficient for remotely accessible but not physically exposed devices. The fourth one is tamper-resistant hardware embedded security element, ESE. It is required to protect secrets within devices physically exposed to attackers and to protect unattended devices against cloning. So these are the 4 security levels. We can see in this slide a summary of Release 4 features, including security, dynamic authorization, end-to-end security, enrollment and authentication, distributed authorization, decentralized authentication, interoperable privacy profiles, and secure environment abstraction. 1M2M provides a common set of security capabilities to secure IoT devices and applications and prevent and mitigate attacks. And it exposes an abstracted set of security-related APIs to help simplify security for IoT devices and applications. We can see some of the functions here, like enrollment provisioning, message security authorization, dynamic authorization, privacy policy manager, and end-to-end security. Each of these functions is tremendously important. So the main security functions supported are identification and authentication. Identification is checking if the identity of the request originator provided for authentication is valid. Authentication is defined as validating if the identity supplied in the identification step is associated with a trustworthy credential. Security association establishment. Establishment of a security context between communication entities to provide confidentiality, like via encryption and integrity, and the range of authentication options supported. Then we have authorization or access control, authorization services and data access to authentication entities, and remote provisioning. Additional security functions include identity protection, sensitive data handling, and security administration. We have 4 different security functions here that are described in this presentations. I will try to be brief for the sake of time. So the first one is enrollment and provisioning, onboarding. So it's the procedure of bringing IoT field devices into operations in an IoT network. We can see how it works in this diagram here. It must cope with a large variety of field devices, types, and services, and service providers' business models. 1M2M has specified an M2M enrollment function, a MEF, which enables stakeholders to set up their preferred onboarding and enrollment mechanisms in an interoperable way. We have enrollment and provisioning onboarding here. The M2M enrollment function can trigger the field device to execute a variety of procedures, including configuration of field devices, provisioning of symmetric keys, and provisioning of certificates. Key certificates can be provided for securing 1M2M communication across a single communication hop or across multiple hops in an end-to-end fashion. We have an M2M enrollment function, MEF. It allows 3 types of remote security provisioning frameworks, like symmetric key authenticated, RSPF, certificate authenticated RSPF, and GBA authenticated BSF. It can trigger the field device to execute a variety of procedures. Then we have message security between adjacent entities via the operational security framework. We can see here in the diagram. So I'll be very brief. The authentication and session key establishment is using a symmetric key shared by devices. Authentication and session key establishment uses certificates provisioned to devices, and authentication is also facilitated by an M2M authentication function, MAF, hosted by M2M SP or a third party. We have authorization and access control. 1M2M is based on a RESTful architecture, as we mentioned earlier, and the API is based on requests to perform an operation on a resource. Operations are create, retrieve, update, and delete. 1M2M service layer supports configurable access control policies that define clear roles dictating for each resource who is authorized to access, what operations are allowed, and under which conditions. We have a diagram of the authorization and access control here. Then we have dynamic authorization when the originator or hosting CSE requests an authorization and a privacy policy manager. So this slide describes the privacy policy manager. This is my last slide. I'll be very brief. It's a personal data management framework. It converts a user's privacy preference into access control information in order to protect the user's personally identified information, PII, from access by unauthorized parties. Access control information consists of a static and dynamic access control policies, ACP, and it uses terms and conditions markup language to derive consensus between the user's privacy preferences and then application service providers' privacy policies. So the diagrams here explain, we have all these diagrams explaining it further. I have put links to the developers' guides and various resources available from 1M2M. If you have any questions about the security functions or other security functions, please feel free to get in contact via email. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to invite Sri Sushil Kumar, DDG TEC, to come on stage. And we'll be starting with the presentation with Sri G. Narendranath, Joint Secretary, National Security Council Secretariat. He'll be speaking on attack scenarios in the IoT ecosystem.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, whoever it was who had who were calling on me. What's your name?
Siddharth.
Huh?
Siddharth.
Okay. Thank you, Siddharth. Sorry, I joined in a little late, so I didn't catch your name.
No.
Yeah. So thank you, Siddharth, and thanks to Siddharth for giving me this opportunity. I will talk from, of course, they have given me a topic, but I'll talk from the perspective of, what we are looking for and in IoT security. And this is something that NSCS has been passionate about and concerned about for quite some time, for the last couple of years. Because one of the things that we realized is there are certain parameters that I've talked about now. One is that the IoT devices are getting deployed in large scale numbers. Then one of the problems with that is that once they're deployed, there is a problem of retrofitting them for security later on. So if you wake up after some time and then try to secure these devices, it would not be possible to do that, and we would have a security situation on our hand. So it's very important that we deploy secure devices and secure IoT systems right at ab initio. So with that in view, we have been reaching out to industry and academia to get to the root of the problem and then see how it should be addressed. TEC had come up with a report on security of IoT devices, and they had also talked about a classification of devices. But currently in the country, we do not have a framework for the definition of security requirements of devices, classification of devices, and the security requirement, and also a mechanism for certification of devices, so that any entity which deploys IoT devices would deploy secure IoT devices. So we had reached out to industry and academia to work in this, and we had also funded a project for coming up with security requirements for IoT devices. But that project has not really, delivered the results that we were anticipating, and it's been more than a year and a half, and that's a cause of concern. So the one of the things that I'm reaching out to both the academia, industry, and research institutions is this is one area that we have to really work on, and we've been talking of IoT for the last couple of years, but on ground, I'm happy, with the presentation that's happened. That Mr. Rana Kamil has given about the 1M2M framework for security, but that has to be implemented on ground. So this is one area I think we should work together to see that is implemented on ground. To the group here, I would bring to your notice regarding the cyber-physical systems and the technology innovation hubs that's been created across the country under a project funded by the Department of Science and Technology. So under that, there are different verticals, and IIT Mumbai has been designated for IoT. And they've been working on different functional aspects of IoT and use cases of IoT. And specifically, they've been working in the area of agriculture. And I had a chance and opportunity to interact with the team there when we had a conclave in IIT Madras. And they have come up with a concept paper on security of IoT devices, where the dimensions of security of IoT devices, data security of IoT devices, and associated services is specifically targeted to agriculture, framework for registration of IoT devices, testing and certification of IoT devices, and skill development through IoT courses. These are some dimensions that are identified and given a paper to us. And based on that, they also called for proposals for creation of a repository of Internet of Things devices, and to cover all of these different areas of work that they've talked about. Earlier, the last date for submission of the proposals, call for proposals, the last date for submission was December 6th, but currently they've extended it to December 20th. So people here out who are listening to what I'm saying here, I think you could spread it across the community and then see that proposals are sent to IIT Bombay, to the specific unit that has called for these proposals. They have got a site of tih.iitb.ac.in, and kindly go there and have a look at it, and then see that proposals for that is submitted. Now, hopefully, we get some proposals that are relevant for the security of IoT devices and for the security of handling of the data that is captured with the IoT devices and transmitted across the networks right up to the applications that process the data. I'm happy that you've got together people to talk about IoT security. Another initiative that you might all be aware of, the concept of the National Trust Center and the TRI recommendation that's been given on this in the year 2017. And we have been working with industry to come up with proposals for implementation of that recommendation of the National Trust Center. And one proposal we have received proposals from multiple agencies, and currently one proposal that's been given by CDOT has been approved from this office, and we are funding that project, and which would be actually monitored for implementation by Department of Telecommunications and its attendant units for the implementation, because the user agency for that National Trust Center would be the Department of Telecommunications. So I'm happy that we have one session where I think more details of the National Trust Center has been given by a director from CDOT, and we also have a session on the trust framework. Mr. Sushil Kumar is also addressing that, and he would also be an active component of this implementation of the National Trust Center. We also have, I think, a session from Dr. Abhinav Kumar at Hyderabad, where also we have funded a project with them for coming up with the requirements for security assurance requirements for IT devices. So these are some initiatives that we've been driving because of the concern that we have from this office that we would have a problem on our hand, which we have anticipated, but we have not really addressed at the right moment of time. So, with the smart cities implementation also that's happening across multiple areas and multiple IoT devices that are going to be deployed, IoT systems that are going to be deployed, security is of real concern in all of that. And these, the clarity about what exactly is to be done by these implementing agencies in terms of security has to be addressed right at this moment of time. So I hope that this group that is there today would deliberate on these matters and then come up with solutions that are required to be implemented on ground. And any help that's required in terms of policy, regulation, directions, we would be very happy to assist in this regard. Thank you. You're not audible.
I would now request Ms. Shikha Srivastava, Director CDOT, to elaborate on National Trust Center. And also please note to all the speakers, there'll be a beep sound just 2 minutes prior to their given time slot so that they can end on time. Thank you.
Okay. Hope I kept my time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. Nice to have you here with us. Thank you for your encouraging words and for giving your able guidance to this session of IoT security. I will touch briefly on the National Trust Center for IoT M2M devices. And Mr. Sushil Kumar, of course, will give the detailed presentation. I will just give an overview. So, as Mr. Narendranath has already told you, the basis for this National Trust Center was this TRI recommendation, which says that a National Trust Center should be created for the certification of M2M devices and applications for hardware as well as software. Apart from this, they have also given that the device manufacturers should be mandated to implement security by design principle in their manufacturing so that end-to-end encryption can be achieved. And the government should provide comprehensive guidelines for manufacturing and importing of the M2M devices in India. So the main requirement is to address the security challenges because there are going to be hundreds of these devices which would be in field and they can pose threats to the custodians and to the users. And so they can harm the networks that they connect to. That is why TRI has given these 3 guidelines and we are in the process of implementing these. So in the typical IoT M2M architecture, which you have already seen, there is one sensing layer which has a private small personal area network, and through that network connects through a gateway to the backend application server using the normal GSM or mobile or satellite communication links for connecting with the backend application. So there's a huge surface area of attack is huge because there are so many devices. And also see these devices are all there out in the open. Anyone can go and tamper with them. Anyone can replace them. And secondly, these devices are very small. So how much security you can build into these devices? That's also a big challenge. So, and currently what challenges we are facing is that all these smart city implementations, they are proprietary and isolated. We don't know how to get information regarding the security level of the connected devices, who has manufactured them, the supply chain, who has implemented them, etc. And there is no standard mechanism as of now to establish trust. So any connected device can, which is there in the field, it can pose a serious threat to the entire ecosystem if it is compromised. And the vulnerability of any device or application cannot be assessed if relevant information is not there pertaining to that device or that application. And thirdly, we cannot establish the accountability of the attack in case of a security breach in the absence of the relevant information. So the foundation of trust depends on the authentic information about the device, about the software in the device, about the manufacturer and the application provider and the entire chain, whoever is involved in that, providing that solution. So now we have, this is the proposed security framework for the M2M application rollout, where it is proposed that a national registrar taking care of the registration of all entities of the IoT M2M ecosystem shall be shall be declared a national registrar will be there, where all the devices, the applications, the manufacturers, the application providers, the platform providers, and connectivity providers, they will register. And it is also proposed to integrate them with the National Root Certificate Authority so that we can give them certificates and we can automatically, validate them. So some levels of assurance for devices are proposed. At level 0, there will be no authentication and identification. Level 1, identification and authentication based on a defined ID of the endpoint device. So the only ID will be there. Level 2, a PIN-based authentication and identification is there. Level 3, username and password authentication. And level 4 is by key exchange and mutual authentication method. And level 5 is biometric authentication. So first, these levels of assurance may be defined, and then we can also define the mandatory security compliance depending on the use case class. Basically, if it is a mission critical, high quality of service, sensitive information, then we say authentication level 5 as suggested, that assurance level 5 is required, encryption is mandatory, and KYC of the machine and user is mandatory. Similarly, if it is mission critical, high quality of service, non-sensitive information, then we can go for authentication assurance level 3. And encryption may or may not be there, but the machine KYC has to be done. So similarly, we can define the security compliances required by the various applications, depending on the criticality, the quality of service requirement, sensitivity of the information. So the objective of the National Trust Center is to develop a national framework for regulation and establishment of trust in the IoT M2M ecosystem. So basically, it will be designing and developing a software platform to enable a standardized way of information exchange between the National Trust Center and all the sectorial IoT M2M implementations and the siloed IoT M2M implementations. And this software platform will not only take the information from the existing sectorial implementations, but it will also create registries of IoT M2M devices, manufacturers, service providers, application providers, and applications, and integrate them all to ensure accountability and trust in the IoT M2M ecosystem. And of course, it will also attempt to integrate the PKI framework of the Government of India. So this is the basic architecture, which you can see here, that all these platforms are already existing. Say the Vahan platform is already there, and then MCI NABH platform and the proprietary Smart City IoT platform. These are already existing. And then these are the sectorial platforms which are already existing. So they can register with the sectorial CA, which will provide the device keys and certificates. And then this information can be updated in the National Trust Center, which is a unified central registry. And this information, once entered there, will be available to the National Trust Center. And apart from these sectorial certs, other people or other device manufacturers, telecom service providers, application providers can additionally register with this central repository. And the certification will also be provided. There will be a central root CA, which will be providing the certificates and keys to these players in the ecosystem. So I think that's all. I think Mr. Sushil Kumar can take over from here. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon to all the eminent speakers and the audience in person available here and also in remote. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all. Very good morning to Ms. Rana Kamil. You are from UK. So, in today's news, the Microsoft has mentioned large number of this Mehrauli botnet or the infections is being generated from the connected devices in India. So this is the link I got from the ET news feed. And as IoT devices is a connected ecosystem across the globe, therefore any device infected even outside the country can infect the devices in India. And once this chain of infection continues, then there will be a big problem for the ecosystem. And security for the IoT ecosystem, it is the responsibility of all the stakeholders, including the device manufacturers, M2M service provider, platform providers, application providers, and the policymakers, regulators, and all the people. So now, like we have listened to National Trust Center, and security will work hand in hand. Neither the NTC can remove all the issues, nor only the security. So both the things have to work hand in hand. So from this, I still skip. You may be knowing about TEC. Then now IoT functional architecture from the security point of view, like this is the devices, gateways, the communication infrastructure, and the platform. Platform will play a very, very important role in the IoT ecosystem. Even it is above the communication technology. And as we know, like in these smart cities, we are having a number of proprietary platforms, and whether those proprietary platforms are having the features of security or not, we don't know. So further, these devices will be connected like this. You will be having the gateways. Smartphone will be a gateway, POS machine, and there will be several types of gateways in the ecosystem. The devices will be connected with the gateway or will be connected directly with the PSTN and P11 network. There are some of the hacking incidences across the globe. You may find a lot of incidences on the Google, like in Puerto Rico, FOSCamp, IP baby camp that was hijacked in 2013. Connected car vulnerability in BMW from the researchers they discovered sometime in 2017-18. And Mirai DDoS, this an IoT botnet. Dyn is a company which was further acquired by Oracle. And this Mirai botnet created a havoc on this, and the services to various companies got down. They became offline, Netflix, Twitter, and others in 2016. And even the FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, USA, has issued the warning that the camera of a smart TV is vulnerable. And they have advised the citizens that they should take care of security and the privacy of themselves. Because the manufacturers doesn't provide any updates for the cameras of the smart TVs. And there is no regulation on this. They do not provide even today the updates for the IoT devices and TV. Generally, smart TV, no manufacturer is providing the updates to the smart TV cameras. These are some of the vulnerabilities, how the vulnerabilities can get generated. In the camera, smartphones, gateways, and even the servers can get compromised. Then what may be the various issues? Everybody knows this traffic management may be a problem. Smart street lights, if they get hacked out, blackout will be there. Surveillance cameras may get hacked. And even you can find out a number of examples of hacking in India. This smart cameras, they were hacked, and even sometime before in 2022 itself, one company based at Hyderabad that was working for the control systems, security control systems, their data was breached. And in fact, it came into the notice. It was the news in the paper that when the company filed a complaint in the police about their own people. These are some of the challenges which are mentioned by the ITU, and the privacy and security is one of the very important challenge for the successful completion of the IoT ecosystem. So devices, all connected devices may get the infections, but now it is required how we can remove the vulnerabilities. That is very important. And the NTC and will play a very, very important role. And these vulnerabilities IoT device manufacturers, because security is the last option for the manufacturers. They don't want to invest on the security. Therefore, it is very much required that the government should come out with a policy that some baseline requirements should be mandated to the manufacturers, that and all these M2M service providers, they have to comply with those guidelines. Only then they can provide the services. We shall come to those guidelines based on the standards in the coming slides. Try recommendations, which Sikhaji mentioned. I shall skip this one. This TEC is working in IoT domain from 2014 and released 18 technical reports. These are not this is the knowledge of hundreds of meetings of a large number of stakeholders from the country as well as outside the country. So, and various recommendations came from these technical reports. You may have a look on these technical reports if you are interested. These are available freely on this TEC website. Out of these, 3 are related with the security, that is framework for National Trust Center for testing of M2M devices and applications, that we will discuss in detail. Then code of practice for securing consumer IoT, released in August 2021. It is based on ETSI guidelines. First 2 technical reports are the part of the try work items, and DOT already endorsed the code of practice to all the related stakeholders like the all governments, central government, DRDO, and the TSPs to follow it voluntarily and give them feedback. Nobody follow the voluntarily. Why anybody will spend the money to follow them voluntarily? Then out of 18, following 5 technical reports, these have been listed on the ITU website. ITU has found these technical reports as a insightful resource for the which will be beneficial for the global community, and it's our privilege. And some of the senior people of DOT mentioned that this is the first time these documents have been listed on ITU website. So it's a history for it is the first time in the history of DOT and TEC. Then TEC initiatives and IoT domain, we adopted 1M2M release 2. Ms. Rana Kamil she's the expert in 1M2M, and she has already mentioned how IoT security can be built up on 1M2M releases. And from here, Ms. Arvindam Bhattacharya and Madam Anupma Chopra, they have already described the 1M2M yesterday. MAUA, BIS, IoT RA. Basically, we have to work with the standards. If we don't follow the standards, then we cannot create a sustainable framework. And if we are not using standards, then the smart cities will remain smart only for the few years. And if we want to keep our ecosystem and the smart cities remain smart even for the future generations, then we have to work with the standards, and we should develop the technology based on standards. If we had not worked with the standards, then the 3GPP technologies, which we are using the mobiles 2G, 3G, 4G, and now 5G, there had not been any interoperability among the technologies. This now in the smart city session, it was this Varanasi CTO mentioned so many issues. Like why we don't use the international KPIs to test the smartness of our smart cities. We should test the smartness based on ITU or U4SSC United for Smart Sustainable Cities KPIs. We have already referred to NITI Aayog and the MAUA, and they have included 2 items like quality of life, ICT infrastructure, and service disaster management. We shall be able to know the level of our smart cities as in comparison to the smart cities which are available across the globe. More than 150 smart cities across the globe, they have already adopted the U4 SSC KPIs. So we can request the MoHUA and the NITI Aayog that they should also evaluate some of the smart cities based on the international KPIs. We have released 2 documents related to the security. One is the Code of Practice for Securing Consumer IoT, another one is the National Trust Center, and the main document that the Security by Design Principle for the IoT device manufacturers, of which these 2 documents are also the part of that document that is also expected to be released within a month time. And whatever we have studied in that document, we are listing in that document that is in the future slides. Like a number of standards have been released by ITOT Study Group 20 as well as Study Group 17 in the IoT security. And one of the most important, that is the X.509. It is for the PKI infrastructure, we can use the secure certificates. Then ISO IEC has also released one document in 2022, that is Cyber Security, IoT Security and Privacy Guidelines. ETSI, number of baseline requirements they have released. These are very important and have been adopted across the globe by many countries. Then this is the Cyber Security Labeling Scheme Singapore, and the similar labeling scheme has been released by the Germany as well as Finland, and Germany and Finland both are having the tie-up with the Singapore for adopting their documents, adopting the you see in the labeling scheme, they are having mutual recognition arrangement for the labeling scheme, whatever they have prepared in Singapore and Germany and Finland. Then GSMA IoT Safe, they have also come out with recommendations. NIST has also released NIST IR 8425 recently. Then 1M2M TS0003, that is also on IoT security. Then vulnerability disclosure statistics, you will be surprised to know that hardly 18.9% of the total organizations which were surveyed, this was around 332 IoTs have surveyed for the Asia, North America and the European region. So out of 332, only 18.9% of the IoT device manufacturers, they were having the proposal for disclosing the vulnerabilities. Others were not having. So this is very, very important. Then TEC IoT testing and compliance framework, MTCT, is already in place. It is being implemented in a phased manner, but it is very slow. The ecosystem will have the tested as well as the untested devices. If we feel that the tested devices, we will presume only from the MTCT, then as on date, more than 99% of the devices in the ecosystem, they are not tested devices. But the vulnerabilities may arise from the tested as well as the untested devices. And if the vulnerabilities has arisen, then now it is the responsibility of the ecosystem to resolve those vulnerabilities through device manufacturers and or through the researchers. And now the NTC will come into the picture. The NTC will have the repository of the IoT device manufacturers through the MTCT as well as through the these platform providers. And the M2M service provider policy, all the platform providers might have registered. If they have not registered, the NT division DOT should take care of this, that all the platform providers are supposed to register in the M2M service provider policy. And once they register all in the M2M service provider policy, they will be responsible for sending the details of the devices to the NTC. As I mentioned, that these devices may become vulnerable whether they are tested or untested. Now, what is required to secure the ecosystem? So we have to provide the security in the devices itself, at the time of designing of the devices. And one document which we have released, framework, this Code of Practice for Securing Consumer IoT, its guidelines should be followed. And these are some of the ecosystems that Madam has also mentioned. So I shall skip this one. This is the conceptual diagram of National Trust Center that we can skip. And these 13 guidelines are available in this document in Code of Practice, and at least the first 3 guidelines should be mandated. And these should be treated as the baseline requirement, like no universal default password, ban default password, implement a means to manage reports of vulnerabilities, and keep software updated. Like we mentioned as a over-the-air updates, OTA or FOTA. And implement a means to manage reports of vulnerabilities. A number of documents across the globe, they have mentioned that it should be the part of the policy requirements. And now a document released by USA in 2022, they have mentioned that the 3 guidelines of ITC 303645, it should be mandated and it should be treated as a baseline requirement. Then secure onboarding of IoT devices at a platform, preferably using X.509 certificate, it should be mandatory. I've spoken with a number of people who are providing the platforms in the smart cities. So I shall not quote the name, but generally the people says that even either the devices are not having the facility for X.509 certificates or the platform. But these are not being implemented. Classification of IoT devices depending upon the risk associated with the application. It is being done in the document which we will be releasing. Testing of IoT devices against security guidelines that is required. And changing the default username and password should be mandatory for the installation of any device on the internet. So like whenever any device is installed, IoT device is installed, then its username and password should be changed, and it should be the responsibility of the user. And consumer is also having a big responsibility that they should not purchase any device if the manufacturer doesn't have the policy for disclosing the vulnerabilities and the software updates. If they don't have such type of policy, they don't mention on the device or on their portal, then the consumer, it's the responsibility of the consumer not to procure those devices. Then the platform and NTC is expected to analyze the average response time or patch releases time for critical vulnerability by product and percentage or number of products no longer receiving security updates in operation. Now you can also see there will be a large number of devices whose life have already been expired and the companies have already been closed. So then who will be providing the patches to for upgradation? Nobody will be providing patches, and such devices may become infectious. They will become vulnerable, and they will create vulnerabilities to other devices also. They will create risk to others. So this NTC and security, they have to work hand in hand for the secure ecosystem, IoT ecosystem in the country and also in the globe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As a token of appreciation, CDOT would like to present a memento. I would like to invite Ms. Shikha Srivastava, Director CDOT, to go away the memento. Next, we would like to invite Dr. Abhinav Kumar, Associate Professor, IIT Hyderabad, to deliver his talk on IoT security, data privacy, and integrity. He'll be joining us online.
Hi, thank you, Siddharth. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. I would just request you to keep your presentation for 10 minutes.
Sure. I have started my stopwatch. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, thank you everyone for this opportunity. And when I was given this opportunity by CDOT, one of the key things in my mind was what should I talk about? Because already some of the experts were there. Rana Kamil is there, and then we have Shikhaji and others, Sushilji and Narendranathji. So I thought maybe I'll focus more on the privacy aspect in particular, because that is one thing typically when we talk about IoT security, people do talk about privacy, but not that much in detail. So my talk would be more focused on the privacy part of it, but I will also highlight the other aspects as we move forward. At the same time, one of the challenges with me was because already we had Rana Kamil, so I knew she's going to talk about 1M2M. So I also have wanted to incorporate content from standards potentially which would not have been discussed today in this session. So in interest of time, broadly classifying the risks which should be mitigated in IoT security and privacy scenario, we can classify them into three parts. One is to protect the device security. The second one would be to protect the device, data security. And the third one would be to protect the individual's privacy. And a majority of my talk would be towards the third one, which is protecting individuals' privacy. But I will at least highlight the first two also as we go forward. In terms of how to perform risk mitigation for these, what are the various areas that we should target? I will not go into the details for the device side because already there have been some sessions and talks which have went into the details on how asset management should be done, what kind of vulnerabilities should be managed, how to provide device security, incident detection, or access management. But coming to the data security as well as the individual privacy security components, I think these two are also essential, and we have to put a lot of focus on this. In particular, for data security, we can have typical data protection techniques and data security incident detection, which again, some of that has been covered in some of the previous talks for this particular session. But coming to protecting individuals' privacy, I think that is something that we definitely need to focus on, because a lot of such personally identifiable information is being captured by these IoT devices, which are being deployed in such large numbers. And for a lot of users who are not aware of potential risks associated with these kind of IoT devices, it's very important to create the awareness, and at the same time important to create suitable mechanisms or frameworks which protect these individual users' privacy who are using these IoT devices. And then again, when we look at the individual's privacy, we can talk about the information flow management itself. We can talk about the personally identifiable information, how to manage the processing permissions. This is in some sense an extension of the last slide of Rana Kamil, where she was talking about the policy manager kind of thing. So I'll elaborate a bit more on that. We also need to have informed decision making when the users are deciding or making choices. It should be an informed choice. Also, we need to enable dissociated data management, as well as some sort of privacy breach detection mechanism should also be available to mitigate the risk in the domain of protecting individual privacy. Now, just to highlight why is this important, because a lot of emphasis for this session has been on security aspect, but why is this privacy, or in particular the personally identifiable information management, is important? Because if this information is not protected, if it is not managed properly, there is a high chance that it can result in identity theft. It can result in fraudulent usages. The minimum thing that it can cause is embarrassment. It can cause inconvenience, but it can also cause substantial harm. For example, PII can include the credit card information. PII can include the Aadhaar information, and they can have serious repercussions for the users of the IoT devices if this kind of PII is not protected and managed appropriately. And that is why ITU, for example, has proposed a technical framework to manage or handle this PII in the IoT environment. In terms of the principles, broad principles for handling such PII data, the typical culprits, as we are all quite familiar with, are we need to have some encryption of this PII data. We need to have access control. Who is getting access to this information, PII information? It should be authenticated access. There should be some logging performed on whichever service or device or user is getting access to this kind of PII information. Encryption should be ensured for communication of this information over the air or over the communication channels used by the IoT device. Also, if there is any data compromise, suitable notifications should be sent. This was mentioned in the previous talk itself by Sushil Kumarji, that that only hardly 19% of the companies are doing this. But I think this is very serious and should be done proactively. Also, there should be an effort to minimize the data procedures for retention. So if the data is not required anymore, it should be removed from the system. There is no point keeping it in the system because that creates additional risk. Coming to specific principles pertaining to PII itself, because there is one thing I wanted to highlight, personally identified information in particular. I think there should be an explanation of purpose for which the PII data is to be collected. Whenever it is being collected from the user by any IoT device, the user should be explained why we need to collect. A simple example or an analogous example is we install a lot of applications on our smartphones, and then they say, okay, we need access to files, we need access to your photos, we need access to your all sort of personally identified information, and it might be an application which is a stopwatch. So it makes no sense why a stopwatch app needs access to all this information. So that's an alarm. And I think similar thing needs to be done in the context of the IoT devices, where the end users, they should be awareness should be created, and the device manufacturers should explicitly, or the service providers should explicitly mention what is the purpose for which they're collecting this PII information, right? At the same time, the consent should be explicit. It should not be that the user is just ticking some checkbox without explicitly agreeing to share all that information. So the consent should be there, explicit consent should be there to collect this data and also to share this data. For example, after collection, what is going to be the end usage of this data? So transparency is also very essential in this case to ensure that the user not only knows what is the kind of data being collected, the user is also aware what are the kind of service users of this data, who this data is going to be transferred to. So there should be an transparency in terms of PII data usage, and there should be an explicit control of user preference. It should not be that once I have taken, okay, you can collect my location information all the time, I cannot take it back. So there should be a way to add or remove such privileges or controls in the PII data management that is happening. And one framework of this kind has been proposed in this ITU 1363 document, where, for example, this is a typical use case, right? Similar to what was presented in the previous slides, that you have an IoT device which is collecting some data, it is being stored in some place, and then it goes to some application which is going to some service user, right? Now, in this case, so this was a single service provider model. We can also have multiple service provider models where instead of just one service provider, we can have multiple applications. One application belonging to service provider B, another application belonging to service provider C, whereas the data service is being provided by service provider A. So there are multiple entities involved, and we need to ensure PII is managed properly in both the scenario A, which is single service provider, as well as the multiple service provider case. So one way to do this is to have a PII preference manager, which essentially takes the configuration of the PII from the user, creates an act, as was mentioned earlier by Rana Kamil, and this access control table is being used to decide, okay, what kind of information can be managed in the IoT device at the data storage level as well as at the application level. So we need to ensure at all three levels the PII is managed appropriately. Now this PII manager can be available locally. If there is a single service provider model, we can have the data storage and application and a PII local preference manager running, instance running in the service provider domain itself. We can also have a scenario where we have an external PII preference manager, which saves the common preferences. This is very similar to the common security requirements mentioned by Sushil Kumarji. Now here we are talking about the common preference in terms of the privacy of the individual's information. So any personally identifiable information of the user can set some common preferences in the PII preference manager, which is a portal, and at the same time the service provider can have its own local preference manager also running, and they can communicate, and these two can coordinate to ensure common preferences are picked from the PII preference manager at the portal, whereas specific preferences for this particular instance of the usage of the IoT devices can be picked from the local preference manager. So obviously the complexity is a bit more. The user has to select preferences at common preference also, and some local preferences also. But I think this provides, given the scale and the number of IoT devices being deployed, this provides a very interesting solution to ensure users don't have to repeatedly enter the common preferences again and again. So same thing can be done now where we have a local preference, or we can have a common preference with multiple service providers also. I also wanted to highlight, similar to the classification which was mentioned earlier by the TEC document and the M2M document in terms of the IoT devices, the classification, for example, for the IoT SF document, the Security Assurance Framework document, it is an incremental set of classification. And if you look at it, the thing that I want to highlight in particular is the class 3. So in addition to everything that class 0, 1, 2 adheres to, class 3 specifically mentioned the devices are designed to protect sensitive data, including personally identifiable information. So I think very important that we incorporate these also in our standards as we move forward. Already some details are available, but I think we need to invest more from the privacy side, and then to ensure so this is just again indicative slide for the same security assurance framework, similar to the assurance classes or the device classes that was mentioned earlier from some of the other standards. Coming to the ongoing efforts at IITA, this is the last slide I have. We are collaborating with NCCS to develop some of the ITSARs for smart electric meters, surveillance IP cameras, and vehicle tracking devices. So if anybody would like to collaborate, please do reach out to us. My email address is available at the base of the slide. We're also trying to develop the TSTPs for smart electric meters. So please do reach out to us. I will also, thanks to this effort by CDOT, I also now have some data, some connection points here. I'll also reach out to you. But if you are in this space, in security and privacy space for electric meters, surveillance cameras, and vehicle tracking devices, please do connect, and our team will be happy to collaborate with you in all possible manners. And I would like to conclude with that. And I again thank CDOT for this opportunity and for organizing this wonderful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Now the floor is open for questions. Because of time constraints, we will keep it short for 5 minutes. If you have, you might raise your hands. Hearing none, we can break for lunch. And this session break would be for 45 minutes or 1 hour. Yeah. So we'll break for half an hour and we'll be back by 2:25 p.m. Thank you.
It's okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the post-lunch session of Global Conference on IoT M2M. We will be starting with our third technical session, which is IoT use cases impacting society using AI and other technologies. Before that, we would like to invite Dr. Rabi N. Sahu, Principal Scientist and Program Leader, ICAR, Indian Agricultural Research Institute, for his invited talk on agriculture sector. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to all the Indian participants, and good morning, good evening to global participants. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to talk about IoT for smart agriculture. And sorry for inconvenience yesterday what we had because I couldn't join online to give the talk on the afternoon session. So we have a ambitious program called Network Program on Precision Agriculture, where we are trying to see the application of all the sensors, data analytics, whatever the tools and techniques is available, how smartly we can monitor soil, crop, livestock, and also fishery. And from the scale, starting from the lab conditions to the field scale, regional scale in the satellite level. So, and involving initially in the pilot scale around 16 research institutes with the different commodity research institutes, like livestock, like for fishery, like for crops, like for soils, for post-harvest. So to see how we can explore potential use of all those technologies for all these applications for making agriculture as smart as possible. So these are all broad objectives to look at as what I said, and in the different scale of operations. And when you talk of the smart farming, it's nothing but capturing all those parameters, what you're looking, how to make them smart, and how they vary in a different scale. The scale remains in the time and spatial scale. And when you look at, again, the target may be the soil, maybe the crop, maybe the ecosystem, maybe the environment, like climate change or the variations, what you have. So all those three variables, they really matter a lot with respect to when you talk of the production system, yield with respect to crop, a production system when you talk in terms of beyond the crop, like your fishery or livestock. So if at all I can capture all those variabilities and manage those variabilities, understanding the variability in what scale they belong to, time and spatial scale, then that's also a problem. So more the variability potential is the smart farming or precision farming. So these are the suite of technologies which is available to address some of those challenges, issues what we have. And one of those potential tools, what I could see, and that's why, and to see some of the initials, what we have started with, and what we can work together with the public industry partnership and also mentorship of all the experts available here, and also with the CDOT. And the challenge is how to make its viable solutions for Indian ecosystem, Indian agri-ecosystem, where we have a very small land holdings. You know the socioeconomic condition of the farmer, you know the diversity in the agri-ecosystem, and how to make it more real time. Again, how we can translate that in terms of a local acceptable, palatable language or understanding. That is a communication service or communication innovations, again, where we can effort to. Coming back to the IoTs, the potential applications, you can see a lot of fields where we can really look at the IoT and M2M solutions. So starting from I think the low hanging fruit was the soil moisture. Most of the IoTs in agriculture, people will see many startups companies are working, I think outside in the exhibition itself, you can see some of those IoTs, some of those startup companies have put some of those sensors which are onto the soil moisture and how we can be IoT based. So the soil moisture is one of the key factor, if at all we can use, and for efficient management of water. Again, if we can go for the microenvironment, of course, climate monitor, I mean to say, climate, of course, it's a microenvironment. You have weather stations with the data, but in the field, there is a variability from field to field, that is a microenvironment. And if at all I can capture that microenvironment using the sensors in the IoTs, then I can capture in the whole field how that microenvironment varies with respect to relative humidity, temperature, carbon dioxide, whatever the parameter required. And that can predict me what is going to happen with respect to pest or disease. That's most climate control environment, climate control incidents which happens, and you can do that. So that's what one of the potential case where we can look at. So again, you can go for the water supply, or you can money vehicle you have in there. So you have a M2M solutions for that purpose, so you can get connected and get into a server, where it is working with. So these are all possible sectors where we have been working. I think there are all success stories with respect to the smart cities, smart health centers. Same also, we try to see how smart farming can do use of IoTs. Coming back to the low-hanging fruit, how IoT can be used for the soil moisture. This is what in-house built soil moisture sensors, which is put over there in the field itself, somewhere in the Bhopal, in the Central Institute of Agricultural Engineering, and we are able to monitor them. And we have a solenoid valve, and again, they are powered, and you are able to see how that's getting irrigated. This is what the flow diagram to say how that whole process works, and we have a calibration for that sensor, how accurate with respect to the soil moisture. Each bit of the component one has to technically see suitability and accuracy. That's what more important, and how we can go for actuating that in the field with respect to spatial variability of the soil moisture requirement, with respect to the plant conditions, and how we can efficiently manage the water, how much saving we can do. So this is what you can see the IoT framework, which has been developed in a small farm in an experimental basis, which can be taken up later. And you can see the kind of comparison which has been done with respect to conventional basis like ET, evapotranspiration basis, the volumetric soil moisture, and IoT-based soil moisture. You can see the kind of saving what you are able to get and kind of the experiment which was got. So this message is, it is always profitable. It is always your purpose is how to make it input user efficiency better, more efficient. So that's why IoT is going to play a key role to enhance the efficiency, because there is no loss with respect to what required at exactly that much you are giving, and what is the requirement that your sensor is talking, that sensor is giving you. So that's what, so you are not giving a free water or nutrient or anything to the plant. So this is what one opportunity what we want to look for. This is what the field conditions I talked about. When you're coming back to the vertical farming, like hydroponics you talk of, aeroponics you talk of, or a vertical farming where you don't have much land, wherever you have wastelands, how automatically, again, water is a major issue over there, how to recycle those waters and how to irrigate. There again, you have the sensors, not only for the water, how much to be given, or also water quality monitoring, all kind of pH, EC, alkalinity, all those things can be monitored accordingly. The machine will work to whether if it is acidic, it can be made alkali. If it is alkali, it can be made acidic. If nutrient has gone down, the nutrient can be added up. So which automation has been done? This is another example which we have. All these examples are set in our campus in IRE, only 20 kilometers away from here. You can see them. So again, the same thing can be on the terrace garden, on the top of the roof you can do. This is what the vertical farming purpose of country is right now, what we are working with. So you can have your own produce in the field, again, using the technology and very low cost technologies. So again, this is in the field conditions, wherever you have wasteland, you can go for. Again, you can see the kind of IoT sensors, which is put there, not only for the soil moisture, also fertigation system you can put in there. These are all success stories, what I'm just showing over the 1 year, what we have been doing. This is what the low-cost sensor for the field conditions grown for the field crops like rice and wheat. Of course, rice we don't do, unless it tell you to buy direct seeded rice. So this is a wheat crop where the low-cost sensors in different depth has been put over there. And this is what the sensor with the mesh with the display you are able to see. Again, all those calibrations, validations has been done, how wonderfully that sensor works, whether it is a capacitance-based, resistivity-based, or frequency-based, or dielectric-based. We evaluate all kind of sensor available globally in the market. We try to see whichever is the low cost to come out so that we can get a feasible solutions to the final, the last mile, that is the farming community. So that's what the story we could see over here. Then this is what agriculture, just what little initiative we have done. Coming back to the livestock, you can see there are again many industry partners who have been working with, like to monitor the all activity of the livestock. Like you can put a chip over his ear or neck, and you can monitor how much time he's vibrating his head or neck, so that you can know the activity, how much he has taken the water, and how much movement he has done with respect to pedometer you can do. And if at all there is some disease or infection, that also cheap is the livestock. Again, most important elements is the heating period of the life, like for example, buffalo or cows and many. So there again, you can put a thermal sensor, which can be seen in your mobile, and the farmer can see, yeah, this is a typical, this is the potential time to go for mating or for the, this is a mating time. So he can go for, otherwise he's going to miss for next 6 months or 8 months. So these are all possible applications where we can look at. And again, automatically you can see the body scores index. You can calculate it through the imaging and which can be monitored down here. That's one. Second part is also herd management system, where the buffaloes or cattle, they are staying. How wonderful is that environment? How clean with respect to the pollution or whatever the microenvironment you want to monitor with respect to relative humidity or carbon dioxide, even if microorganisms, whatever they are. Those sensors can be put in there with IIT Delhi, NDRI and IRE have been working on this, how we can have a smart livestock. And coming back to the precision aquaculture, coming back to the fishery, again, you can see the kind of IoT sensors which can be used for like for waste in the water itself, or toxic gaseous substances in the water itself, temperature, dissolved carbon dioxide, pH meter. Then what are those M2M machines like recirculating system, mechanical filter system, dosing system, aerations, auto feeding systems. So you have a well connected with IoT with M2M, and if you can design that together, then that's really going to be a smart ecosystem to monitor. And this is what the few examples what I'm giving here. We have a center at Central Institute of Fish Aquaculture at Bhubaneswar, who has been working on that automatic feeding system. If feeding system is gone, means there is no feed is available, then automatically the feeding system will open up and the fish will be fed for. And this is how it works for example, pH sensor, EC sensor, dissolved oxygen or water level, and automatically the machine will work for that purpose and get activated, and then it meets the requirement. And this is what, again, in the Calcutta, we have another fishery institutes where we have a low-cost dissolved oxygen sensors. You are able to monitor at every few minutes time as you set your time level. Then you can monitor how much is the oxygen level, and there is a threshold for that purpose. Then if that, so if the dissolved oxygen level is less than 5 mg level, then aeration will start. Otherwise, the fish will die. So this is how the automatic system you can develop in a closed tank system or in a pond system one can do for. So these are some of those examples, success stories, what we try to develop with. And this is again another framework what we are working for the post-harvest losses, anything like which is highly perishable with respect to fruit or with respect to grain, even if, or if you look for the meat or fish, then how from the producers to consumer, how you can track that using all these RFID systems, or also a chip, which will be very kind of a biological chip, which can change its color because of the, if at all they started rotting, there will be some gaseous emissions from the object. If at all there is a banana, then, ethylene will be evolved out of it. Then that ethylene will react with that nanochip, whatever you have, micro, then that changes the color. If it is a green, as long as it's green, that banana stuff is good, which is coming from Trichy or from Kerala. Once it turns to red, that means that banana stuff is gone. Same also any material what you are looking for on the Amazon or any online systems. So this is what one can do. And traceability is most important, to know the source where it has been come from and how quality wise it is monitored and manufactured. Then you will be satisfied as a consumer to look for that. And that's what we should look for, again, how IoT can help us doing that and trace at any level, any path, starting from Trichy to Delhi, to look for that. Coming back to some of the future studies, what we are trying to see, of course, we have been working on sensors since long. I think more than 5 decades we have been working, starting from the ground sensors to the mobile to robotics, to the drones and manned aerial vehicles and to the satellite, but try to see how we can see IoT's feasibility onto that. So one of the example, what I would like to say is, for example, the drone technology, and Kisan drone has come in a big way. Honorable Prime Minister has inaugurated, and we have been taking a lot of SOPs for that purpose, developing for the country, for the farmer, for others to use for. And what happens is, you can't fly a drone all over pan-India to monitor the crop condition at a particular time. It needs minimum 4,07,000 some number of drones to fly to cover the area covered by agriculture only at a particular time. So that's what they estimate what you have, and which is not possible at a particular time level. So if at all I need to, so that has its own limitations, one example. Another success story, what we have, this is again a patent one we did with the Sifri Calcutta. Again, we have a drone where you can, which is reachable. There you can go and collect the sample. This is water sample collections from the Ganges. Again, if at all, we can use the IoT-based river Ganges system or Jamuna system, we can measure the quality. Then, of course, we can go for the management, how best we can manage for that. I'm coming back to that. So if at all, so I have a drone, it has to see whole field, maybe around 500 or a village or block, that is not going to meet my requirement. What I can do is I can go for a swarm drone like this, where you can have a mother drone and you have a child drones or swarms. Then they can be connected to each other, get the timely information which field has good crop or bad crop. The field which is infected by a particular pest or disease, immediately the mother drone is able to transmit, and again another drone goes there and sprays and come back. So this is what the future project, what we are working on. Right now we have been working on how drone can be used for not only for surveillance, also for the variable rate applications of different inputs, but how that can be used in terms of using the IoTs, M2M, and find out the solutions for that purpose. This is what I think, the swarm drones have been used successfully last year in 26 January, and also in the defense purpose, many times it is used, but for civilian, we are trying to see how it can be used for. And some of the keys or initiatives, what we can think of, this is what we are thinking of to take off in a bigger way. One I shared is the swarm drone. One of this quality monitoring of aqua system and aqua lives. I told about the aqua system, like whatever the parameters you are looking for. Same time also aqua lives, whatever the living systems there, their health, if I can monitor the fish clusters, if I monitor the fish diseases, their health, their biomass, everything, by the sensors down there and can be monitored by the producer, can get to know in his system what is happening. That's great. We could use the soil moisture very easily, but soil is a big challenge. That's what we are working with. And the sensor cost is very expensive right now. So if you can bring down that sensor to very low cost, then that can be a form of IoT. You can put those sensors in the field, and we can get the soil health monitoring time to time, which is a bigger, finishing. Then last one is the crop health. Is very interesting again. There, what we are trying to see, needle size chips we are trying to develop. We can put in the crop itself to know whether it requires water right now, or it requires that with respect to temperature, with respect to whether it is under stress. If it is under stress, there will be some emissions. So that can be captured, and you can go for the management. Again, this will work on IoT. Again, that with the crop, that chip is gone. Very low cost is going to be. Smart chip for the plant and animal, as I told you. Like you have some chips, pacemaker you have in the heart for the purpose. Same also we can do for the animals and also the plants. So thank you all, and for patience hearing, and I would love to interact further and maybe connected for future programs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge. I would like to invite Mr. Arindam Bhattacharya, Registrar CDOT, to present a memento as a token of appreciation. We would now request Mr. Andreas Kraft, Senior Expert R&D, Dutch Telecom, IoT, GmbH, to deliver his talk on standardized device provisioning and data access with one M2M. He will be joining us remotely.
data orchestration using one M2M. My name is Andreas Kraft, and I'm working as an IoT enterprise architect for Deutsche Telekom. This presentation was given last week at the IoT Week. A couple of key technology hurdles currently prevent a lot of customers to start their IoT applications and start to go into the field of IoT. The IoT Hub solves a couple of key technology hurdles for our customers. First, there are multiple platforms to choose from. Customers are not necessarily able to choose what is the right platform for them to solve their specific IoT applications in their IoT business. Also, to interface with legacy IoT systems is very difficult. For example, to connect to ERP systems, to connect to already existing front-end applications, and so on. The lack of standardization for IoT solutions is currently going on. Every platform provider, be it the big hyperscalers, be it small specific solutions, provides their own interfaces, provides their own APIs, their own device management and data representations. And also, business intelligence and analytics cannot easily ingest IoT data. IoT data is different from normal streams or from enterprise data because it arrives in different frequencies with different qualities, and even IoT data might be missing sometimes because it didn't just arrive because of network problems or other problems. The IoT Hub from Deutsche Telekom leverages standards to address these hurdles I just described. First, we have the Connectivity Management Orchestrator that relies on TM form specifications for accessing SIM card connectivity data that are specific to devices. Then, the Device Management Orchestrator on the right-hand side relies on the one M2M standard. It is used to register devices, to manage devices, and to see their data and to manage the data, these devices. Highlights of our implementations include the implementation of a one M2M infrastructure CSE for device management as well as for data management. We use this CSE in order to ensure interoperability and the data standardization layer for the devices as well as for the applications, for example, user interfaces for those devices, or to manage those devices and the data. We implemented a selected set of resource types and functions that are standardized by the one M2M specifications. For example, the CSE base and the AE for application entities, the nodes to represent devices, management objects to represent device characteristics, and container content instances, flex container, to manage data and to manage data structures from those devices. Prescription can be used to notify customer applications when new data arrives. We implemented a couple of the common service functions from one M2M. This is, of course, device and application management, but also registration and data management, recovery, subscription notifications, and authentication and authorization. Why did we choose to use one M2M? First of all, it is already standard that has been proven to work. It was a big help to get the specification and to rely and only implement an existing API. We are basing our implementation on HTTP REST and JSON, but others can be implemented, for example, MQTT or M2M specification not only bring you ready specifications to be implemented, but also a complete architecture that is generic enough for many IoT use cases and business cases. Our implementation is future ready. That means we implemented only this specific set, but when customer demanded, it's no problem that we can implement more functionality, more resources, and more common service functions. The implementation itself is carrier grade ready. That means it has a lot of failover, a lot of security built in the application so that it can also grow together with the customer's demands. This slide shows how the device management orchestrator is embedded in a lot of functionality that makes the IoT Hub our core product. So first of all, we have the device management orchestrator in the middle that implements an infrastructure CSE. Of course, we have device provisioning and we have device management. That means that we can register applications as well as devices from our customers. We're connecting to our internal connection management orchestrator. That means we can have access to connectivity management from the BSS and OSS systems of Deutsche Telekom, but also take advantages to access the core network to gather further information of where devices are, for example, deployed or where devices are connected. We connect to a couple of our own IoT platforms, for example, the Cloud of Things, which is a Cumulocity implementation, but we are also connecting to other hyperscalers through the means of the one M2M IPE, that is the interworking proxy entity. For example, we are connecting through a device communication platform that also supports lightweight M2M. We are using a lightweight M2M IPE to deploy devices, to register devices, as well as to receive data from these devices via lightweight M2M. This picture can grow depending on customers' need or when we're going to partner with other providers depending on the needs. This slide and the next slide show how a device can be provisioned as well as data received from this device can be managed in one M2M. These slides also cover a demo that we showed at the IoT Week where we provisioned a device and received data from the device through lightweight M2M and showed it inside a one M2M application. The device management orchestrator is, as I said before, an infrastructure CSE. It can be accessed through the Deutsche Telekom API gateway, which is a high security load balancing and authentication gateway via the MCA 1M2M API. The customer application creates one or multiple device provisioning requests, which are picked up by an interworking proxy that connects to the device communication platform. The lightweight M2M devices are then registered in the device communication platform, pre-shared keys and other credentials are created, and then, if this was being successful, one M2M node is being created in the INCSE that represents the device from then on. Devices can also be registered and deployed to other hyperscaler IoT platforms through the same mechanisms. This is not the only possibility to register and to deploy devices. The same mechanism can be used to register devices to any hyperscaler IoT platform or even to other platforms that are independent from that. As mentioned before, devices can be deployed as a single device or in a batch to register multiple devices across multiple platforms. That means that the customer is not only bound to a single device communication platform or hyperscaler, but he can use different ones at the same time. On the previous slide, we saw how customer application can register a device as a node that is being then registered to the IoT platform of choice. Here on this slide, we see the other way around, how a device that provides the data, for example, here in this example, it is battery data, how this data is being represented inside the device management orchestrator, that is the INCSE, in a unified way. When the device registers, it provides this data structure automatically, and this data structure is then being created as well in the DMO, in the device management orchestrator. Other technologies might use different ways to represent the data, but this really depends on the device technology, on the communication technology, and so on. All the data is accessible for customer and the customer applications through a standardized API that is one M2M MCA interface. The advantage here is this API will never change because it's a standardized interface. That might be different for proprietary communication platforms. Their API might change, even the platforms might go away or be replaced by another platform, another technology. Also, customer can use multiple device communication platforms, not only from a single vendor, but also from different vendors, but all the devices and the data structures are being represented in the same way and accessible through the same API. All the efforts that are needed to adapt to those changes from these proprietary platforms or to add new platforms when the customer demands that is done by Deutsche Telekom. Now, I also like to give you a short overview about the demonstration that we gave last week at the IoT Week. We have 3 components. That is basically a lightweight device that want to register, bootstrap, and to receive data from. We have the DT IoT Hub, which is, as I told before, a 1M2M INCSE. And we have a component that does the IoT device communication. It's a product from Nokia called Nokia Impact. The use cases I'm showing are device provisioning, that is pre-register a lightweight M2M device and to manage device registrations. And the second use case is device data collection, that is to recognize and subscribe to supported lightweight M2M objects and to map to the 1M2M resource structures. The demo architecture consists of these 4 parts. On the left-hand side, you have the demo environment. That is, in our case, I presented using a Jupyter notebook that is connected through a communication network to the Deutsche Telekom IoT infrastructure that is hosted in the net. This IoT infrastructure consists of the DT IoT Hub, that is the device management orchestrator, as well as an IPE that does the mediation of the data and the devices between the DT IoT Hub and the Nokia Impact platform. On the right-hand side, we have the lightweight M2M device, including a device application that is connected again through a communication network. On the next level, we added the functionalities. Of course, the Jupyter Notebook has some functionalities. That is basically, in 1M2M terms, an application entity. That is, it performs the request, displays the results. In the DT IoT Hub, the CSE, of course, has a 1M2M common service functions, for example, the data storage, the authentication, and the notifications. The Nokia Impact interworking proxy entity added, of course, the mediator function, that is, the knowledge how to communicate with 1M2M and with the Nokia Impact platform. The Nokia Impact now has Nokia Impact IoT functions in general, for example, the management of the devices, as well as a lightweight M2M service. There are other connectivity services, for example, MQTT or just plain HTTP, but here in our demo, we're using the lightweight M2M service. The lightweight M2M device on the right-hand side finally gets, of course, a lightweight M2M client, that is a component that is able to speak lightweight M2M and to communicate with a lightweight M2M service. On the next layer, we added the communication interfaces. Here, the demo environment on the left-hand side communicates through MCA over HTTP with the DT IoT Hub. Here, 1M2M requests are sent to the DT IoT Hub and 1M2M responses are received. The Nokia Impact IPE communicates through the mediator functions and the REST API with the Nokia Impact platform. This API is a proprietary API. And on the right-hand side, finally, the lightweight M2M device communicates through lightweight M2M with a lightweight M2M server. To give you a small impression about what we showed last week, I will present now the Jupyter Notebook that we used as a user interface in the demo last week. Jupyter Notebooks are a way to present text, graphics, but also executable code side by side. First, you see here the diagram that we showed also on the last slide. Then you get some more details about a single request, for example, for the registration of a device. Then you have some executable code and the results printed beneath it. Coming back to the use cases, this diagram shows the basic procedure how to register a device. First, a customer application creates a provisioning request that contains all the information for the device. For example, its name, its serial number, and its associated SIM card number. This request creates a resource in the DT IoT hub that is being picked up by the Nokia Impact interworking proxy entity. As soon as this interworking proxy entity receives the request, it registers the device in the Nokia Impact platform. The Nokia Impact platform could be replaced, of course, with any other IoT platform, for example, AWS, Azure, or others. After the request returns, the Nokia response object in the DT IoT hub that can be picked up later by the application in order to see whether the registration request was successful or not. After this, the device is registered and ready to be used. And now for the conclusion of this presentation. The current status is that the device management orchestrator, that is the INCSE, is currently in productive operation with the core functions and the resource types I described before. One M2M MCA interface is available through the REST API with the telco-grade authentication, authorization, security, and multi-tenancy installation. We provide a comprehensive live API documentation using the Swagger UI. Also, device provisioning for AE and lightweight M2M data collection is integrated with the Deutsche Telekom device communication platforms. We have other implementation, for example, the Deutsche Telekom product called Cloud of Things, and other hyperscalers. Here in our example is AWS. Further evolution of ecosystem depends on partners, depends on customer demands, and yeah, we are looking for partners to work together with the interoperable ecosystem. Please talk to us if you are interested. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge. Now, we would request Mr. Jae Ho Kim, Sejong University in KT, to provide insight on digital transformation using AI-enabled IoT based on 1M2M standards.
Hello, everyone. I'm happy to get a chance to present our research activities in global conference on IoT M2M in India. Today, I'd like to show our research for digital transformation with AI-enabled IoT based on the 1M2M standard. I'd like to start with the final goal of our research project. Our goal is to make intelligent things by integrating IoT, digital twin, and metaverse. There are three main technologies to realize our goal, from connected things, building digital twins, VR, AR technologies, to autonomous things, city-wide digital twins, collaboration in virtual spaces. These technologies are advancing very rapidly, and they are also expanding their scope of applications. There are things, and also there is a virtual metaverse world. Then we can build digital twins of these things. These digital twins can learn by interacting with the metaverse world. After learning from metaverse, these digital twins turn into intelligence twins we call autonomous twins, like this. You can now download the learned knowledge or AI models to your things. Finally, these things become intelligent things. We call it autonomous things. Okay, this is example from NVIDIA Omniverse platform and Isaac simulation for the human robot. We reflect this robot in tens of thousands in the virtual world and then train it like this. There are tens of thousands of robots in the virtual world and they are training in virtual world. Okay. In more detail, our idea comes from the basic model of reinforcement learning. The agent learns by interacting with their environment, like the left figure. The agent gets the optimal policy by receiving rewards for their actions in the environment. In the right figure, the metaverse works as the environment, and the detailed twin acts as the agent of the left model. This allows the detailed twin to run from the metaverse world. To do this, we developed the Twins as a service framework. It consists of the IoT platform, Data Hub, Digital Twin Hub, AI Hub, and Metaverse Hub. The IoT platform complies with the one M2M standard. We also developed a data broker to easily transfer data between multiple platforms. Let's move to the cases. The first case is the AI-enabled IoT based on the one M2M standard. It can support making connections between IoT devices and AI models, or between detailed twin object and AI models. The videos present an intelligent showcase for smart shops. Sensors can be connected to suitable AI models via the one M2M platforms to determine the type of the product and the number of the product in the showcase. The video shows the operation process. Okay. With the growth of the AI technology, data-driven approaches for developing sensors surpass conventional analytical sensor development method. However, the current intelligent sensors have the same sensor parameters regardless of the machine learning models. So they do not optimize the sensor parameters according to the AI model. Machine learning models also fail to train optimal models according to changes in sensor parameters. Therefore, we needed to develop an integrated platform to optimize the sensor parameters and the hyperparameters of the AI models. So we developed an intelligent sensor platform technology to holistically integrate sensor parameters, data processing, and machine learning model optimization and automated optimization process. And we developed the AI-enabled autonomous ground vehicle management service using one M2M standard IoT platform. In this case, the platform provides the material classification machine learning model for the radar sensors. The last case study is dynamic detailed twin synchronization using one M2M standard. dynamic digital twin means the digital twin of moving objects such as cars, robots, and humans. Okay, see a demo. Okay, you can see the physical robot in the lower right corner, and the digital twin robot synchronized in real time in the upper left corner, using the one M2M standard platform. And you can see also synchronized human object. The bottom is the physical space, and the top is the virtual space, where the digital twin human is synchronized. Okay, I should stop here. So far, we have described research on digital transformation through AI-enabled IoT based on the 1M10 standard. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, sir, for your talk. Now, we would like to request Mr. Jae Sung Song, Sejong University, Korea, to elaborate on use of AI technology on 1M2M.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jae Sung Song from Sejong University. It is my honor to be invited to global conference on growth of the IoT M2M ecosystem through standardized implementation. Today, my talk is about AI/ML enabled IoT platform and standards. So the content is composed of motivation and background, how to support common AI/ML features via IoT service layer platform, and introduction to our new activities in 1M2M about AI-enabled 1M2M system. And there are plenty of other work items that you may be interested in 1M2M. So I'm going to introduce those activities. So first, AI and IoT. How do you think about AI and IoT? Definitely, or most likely, you will think a scenario that AI can make IoT smarter. For example, if you go home, then probably most of you have like an AI speaker. So you can ask a speaker to turn on like a TV or something, right? So how it works? AI have like a voice recognition, and then after recognized voice, AI speaker try to control IoT devices, right? That's typical understanding of the relationship between AI and IoT. So is that all? Definitely is that is not all. If we think the other way around about the relationship between AI and IoT, you can think that IoT can make AI smarter, right? So it's opposite think of the way, right? How then IoT can make AI smarter? Because AI is typically a technology to make something smarter. Then how IoT can make AI smarter? The key is in data. If you understand or if you learn AI and ML, you probably understand how AI ML can provide accurate result or accurate model. It's based on a training and how training happens, how training can be done based on data. Then where those data come from? Those data are coming from IoT devices, right? So that is the reason why we try to the topic IoT can make AI smarter. So if AI can make IoT smarter, and then also IoT can make AI smarter, then they are, they means AI and IoT are complementary each other, right? So AI and IoT is not the relationship only one direction. Right? It's both AI and IoT can help each other to make our service, our life smarter and intelligent. That's how we understand the relationship between AI and IoT. So whatever you do, like if we standardize AI or IoT, then we need to focus on those relationships. And then if we are implementing some sort of IoT platform or AI model and so on, we also need to think of this relationship. So if only AI exists, it cannot be smarter. If IoT only exists, it cannot be smarter. Only when both AI and IoT coexist together, we can have much more smarter and intelligent services. So that's the motivation and background. So we standardize IT platform for 10 years in 1M2M, and then we build most common functionalities in 1M2M specifications. And then also we are facing like a wave of AI and ML technologies to make our life much smarter. But if we look at a little more detail, both IoT and AI, then we can conclude that AI and IoT can coexist and they are in a relationship helping each other. So let's look at a little more detail about machine learning. So, in AI, ML, there are a lot of different ways to build a model, and then there are a huge amount of algorithms and so on. But let's focus on the basics. So I have students, and then I ask my student to investigate how machine learning can be done. So you have to study and you have to learn. And then after a week later, I ask the student, so what you learned and what you studied about machine learning? And then he brought these 7 steps. What are those 7 steps? Those are basic steps to perform machine learning. So first step is gathering data. Second step is preparing the data. And then third, choosing a model. Then training a model. And then we evaluate it. And then after that, hyperparameter tuning. And then if the result or expectation or predictions are not good, then we go back to gather data, more data, or preparing more data and so on. And then we even can choose different models and so on, right? So after that, if we satisfy the result, then we use that model for prediction. So those are basic steps of machine learning. Whatever you take, those are most common steps that you have to take. Right. Then where IoT can be involved in? Most of those steps. Gathering data, it's gathering IoT data, preparation of the data, definitely IoT platform can help it. And then even choosing a model. I don't mark choosing a model IoT, but in our implementation or in our study, even model itself can be a data from IoT platform perspective. Similarly, images, videos, and sensory data, all those are just data from IoT perspective. So model, it's also data, right? And then training, because data is stored in IoT platform, it can be trained even in IoT platform. And then evaluation and parameter tuning and so on. Those are all related to IoT, right? So this means that IoT platform can be used to support machine learning, right? So then what can happen to AI ML developer is they can concentrate to build a model instead of managing data and so on. So typically, I mean, if you have a student or if your colleagues are working on machine learning or AI, then ask a question. So how you manage data? Typically, they use CSV, right? And they use Excel. They store all those data in Excel or in separate file, DAT files, and then they use it. But where they get those data? Actually, it's from IoT. So IoT platform has the data, but we typically store it in our local storage and then do some evaluation, training, and so on. Then build a model, that's all, right? But what if those data need to be used by others, other colleagues, for build another model, right? So current build process of AI ML is not like an engineering. So those need to support engineering, right? So IoT platform can help to make AI ML process much advanced and much easier. And then this is pretty much nothing new. Edge and South Korea, they already have several investigation and studies and research how IoT can help AI and machine learning. And then based on that, 1M2M IoT Global Standardization Initiative try to investigate how a standardized IoT platform can support AI and machine learning. 1M2M is a platform to support common functions to IoT service, right? Like registration, discovery, and so on. Those are functions that IoT required. Then what about AI ML? Even AI ML can be supported as a common functions to AI ML developer. Then AI ML developer or AI ML service can use data management for AI ML, training data management, model management, and so on. Those are all can be supported by IoT platform in a standardized way, right? How wonderful is it? So that's what 1M2M tried to do. So based on those discussion, 1M2M initiated a new work item for the enablement of AI ML feature to 1M2M. So as I said, 1M2M is a toolkit of common service function. It supports a lot of common functions. And then the current activity is to provide AI ML as one of common functions supported by 1M2M IoT platform. So this is an example, high-level concept. So we have IoT platform, and then IoT platform support machine learning data augmentation, and then machine learning model management, and training data management. All those AI ML data management can be supported by 1M2M as a common service function. So this is a typical example that I always bring. So data augmentation is a technique to enhance original data set if larger data set is required. Right? If you have 10 or 100 image data with labeling, but those 100 data is not enough, then what you can do is you can apply data augmentation, which means that you can make larger data set, like from 100 images, you can make like 1,000 images. That's a data augmentation technique. So for example, like a flipping, rotation, cropping, those are all techniques to enhance your data set. So what if an IoT platform provide a functions to generate different versions of the database, right? So we try to introduce a new resource to 1M2M for data augmentation. So 1M2M has a resource, and then if we want to have data augmentation, then we simply request 1M2M platform. This is original data that I have. Please apply data augmentation and then make it like 3,000 data set. Then IoT platform simply receive those requests and then enhance, do applying data augmentation, and then simply send the result. Then that's all. So data augmentation can be easily supported by IoT platform. So what AI ML developer need to think of is just label original data, right? That's all. And then everything can be done by IoT platform with just one click. So rotation, right direction, and then every right direction just to 1 degree, right? Then from one single image, you can generate like a 360, 350, 359, right? So that's very easy. So that is the power of IoT platform to support AI ML feature. Also, we can apply like last mile delivery services, which means that if AI machine learning continuously need to build a model or enhance a model or perform relearning, then those can also be supported by IoT platform. So request delivery, then this kind of robot is going around and then collect the data, and then those data can be used to retraining the model, and then retrained model is loaded to this robot again, something like that. So those enhanced machine learning can be supported by IoT platform. So based on those all different use cases, we try to identify potential requirement to support AI ML, like a data augmentation, data set management, and reuse data, training data set, and so on. Even we can train model can be managed by 1M2M platforms. So those are all the potential requirement that 1M2M need to. 1M2M is intend to investigate how to support in IoT platform. So I just simply introduce our new activity about enabling AI ML feature to 1M2M platform, but there are much more, other interesting work items that 1M2M is now investigating. So I'm going to briefly introduce those. Data license management. So if you have a smart city and then you have data, then can you use it simply? No. You definitely need to have data license. You can use data based on the license, right? So license is very important, but at the moment, IoT platform does not support what's the data license for this data and so on. And then even we cannot discover data based on the license. So our new work item, data license management, is trying to investigate possibility to use or to annotate data license to IoT data. It can be used like a link to open smart city data, and then license-based discovery and so on. And then the next one is system enhancement to support data protection regulation. So you have heard of GDPR, which is a data protection regulation from European country. In South Korea, we also have similar protection regulation, like called PIPA. So, but IoT platform does not support those regulations. But because IoT platform store personal and then privacy related data, so IoT platform need to be compliant with those regulations. Otherwise, you are not going to have a business, right? So This work item is to make 1M10 platform to be compliant with data processing regulations such as GDPR in Europe and PIPA in South Korea. And then AI enablement 1M10 system that I explained to you already. And then last but not least is Meta IoT. So this Meta IoT is to enable IoT, enablement of IoT in the metaverse. So metaverse is something like a world in the virtual world, right? And then IoT is a platform to manage real world devices. So IoT platform can sit in between metaverse and then real world, so that it can bridge between two different worlds. And then how we can do it, we don't know yet, but we propose a new work item to investigate this possibility. So those are now what 1M2M currently doing. So if you are interested in that, you are more than welcome to come 1M2M and then investigate together and study together how to make IoT platform, standardized IoT platform to support various new technology like AI and ML and the metaverse and then privacy regulations and so on. So those are all my talk, and it is my honor again to be invited and have a chance to provide you about our new activities in 1M2M. So if you have any questions, please send me an email. And then again, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Prabhu Isthavarmat, Director, What About Online Solutions Private Limited, to discuss about remote monitoring of water purification infrastructure.
So you can unmute yourself. You are muted presently. Nipun, unmute kar do. But we are doing it.
Okay. Sorry. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you're audible now.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks to CDOT for having us here and for this great opportunity to be able to present our case study. And I'll just give a quick introduction about who we are and what we do. So Refillbot is an IoT platform for smart applications applied across utilities, home appliances, industrial monitoring. So primarily it's a monitoring solution that will help to monitor your device conditions, to monitor infrastructure status, and as well as the operational status. I'm Prabhu. I'm co-founder and chief business officer, Refillbot. We are a Bangalore-based entity, and I'm an electronics engineer with 15 plus years of experience across corporate and so on. You can reach me out on Twitter, LinkedIn. So before I jump into the customer case study, I'd like to just give a brief introduction about how this whole project was conceptualized, and especially this case study I'm talking about is government being a customer. So you can imagine that a private entity enterprise could be willing to invest in sort of technologies like IoT, but then how government actually looked at IoT and embraced IoT and sort of leveraged IoT in order to sort of monitor their water infrastructure across rural villages, not the cities part, but on the rural side of it. So when pandemic hit, government did not have visibility. I mean, government spends thousands of crores to set up these water purification units at each and every village across Karnataka. And this is pretty much the same across every state in India. So what these RO units does is it takes bulk water and sort of does an RO purification of it, and then it allows people to sort of buy that water at a price point, a very low affordable price point of 5 rupees and 2 rupees and so on. So when they set up these units are sort of handed over to the third-party contractors who would actually in turn manage the infrastructure. Government invests, builds it, but then it contracts it to the O&M companies, which will manage and sort of help government in terms of operate those. Now, when pandemic hit, there was no way to sort of see how how the infrastructure is operational, whether people are able to get access to the clean drinking water, what is the water quality, because due to the pandemic, even the O&M company wouldn't have been possible to sort of send their people because it was a complete lockdown and so on. So that's when we proposed to the government that how about having a remote monitoring capability for all of this infrastructure and be able to get insight. Two things primarily. One is if the infrastructure is operational and water is available and water is being filtered and water is being consumed. And if it is filtered, then what is the exact quality of the water? Now, when we look at quality, there are various parameters like you have seen, there are a lot of dignitaries who have presented in terms of water quality monitoring, pH levels, TDS, chlorine, nitrate, and so on. But then what we propose to government is let's simplify this to the level that actually helps us to monitor the exact one or two parameters so that we don't have to we don't have to make the system complex. We sort of keep the complex lightweight enough so that the data can be pumped back to the platform, and then that will help us to make decisions on a day-to-day basis. So what we propose to government is to monitor just the TDS part of it, because typically when water is pumped through an RO process, it sort of removes all your heavy salts, minerals, and the TDS becomes one of the key parameters that needs to be looked at when we look at a RO water. So that way, what we proposed is that let's monitor the TDS, the consumption, the availability, and then the operational status. So with this in mind, it was proposed to have a pilot of across 100 villages, currently across 2 districts and about 7 taluks. And you can see the table in terms of each villages in specific taluks over here. And these villages are pretty remote villages. They are like 100 homes, 200 homes, very small remote villages. And one of the biggest challenges that we had is that how to get connectivity, right? So we can put in all the sensors, we can design the best of the device out there. And if we are operational in metros where you have a great coverage of 4G, LTE, all of that stuff, so you can actually have a lot of bandwidth, network availability, and be able to send that data, exchange that data. But these were remotest of the villages. And when I say remotest of the villages, these villages are like about 200 kilometers, 150 kilometers away from the Bangalore. That means at these places, what we found out is that the network is, sometimes it is 2G, and even at the 2G levels, the signal strengths are like below 10, like 8 and 9. And having an internet connectivity on top of this was a big challenge. So the challenge for us was to design a system which will work even without, if there is no internet available, right? So we should be able to pick up a normal regular 2G signal and still be able to transmit the data back to the cloud and help monitor the infrastructure. So one of the key, few listed key parameters requirements of the whole project was to have a unified dashboard so that they could look at the operations, availability, look at water consumption, quality in terms of the TDS. pH was not done; it was only the TDS that was implemented. Operational intelligence, whether what time the water purification unit starts, what time it stops, and what was the duration it was on, and so on. And then the providing an automated auditing capabilities. That means the whole idea of digitizing the infrastructure was that government typically spends at least about 5 to 6% of their entire investment on annually basis in auditing their entire infrastructure, whether it is working properly, whether it is functional, not functional. So that sort of, because they need auditing to be able to judge the service delivery to the citizens. So the entire auditing should be digital enough with one single click, one dashboard, which will help them avoid all those manual audits. And then the predictive maintenance and then minimal downtimes. So predictive maintenance is, you just had so many dignitaries talk about how do we bring in AI models which will help us to predict based on the downtimes, previous downtimes, what could be the predictive downtimes 2 months from now, 1 month from now, what could be the consumption pattern in terms of if it is a summer, what would be the consumption, if it is a winter, different seasonal based consumption. So all of those predictions should be available on the dashboard. Right now, government Karnataka has about 18,000 of these RO units installed across 15,000 plus villages. Few villages have more than one purification units. And currently for the pilot phase, we had picked up 100 villages and that is deployed and live now. So the solution we proposed was a hardware and then a cloud-based software, which can actually work in collaboration. And the true functionality that was required in this whole project was that even if there is no internet, how do we monitor the infrastructure? So we partnered with Airtel, wherein we got access on the M2M network through Airtel. We currently use Airtel. And that's where we partnered with them, and that allowed us to be able to build a solution entirely on a M2M network. And it works from 2G, and then if there is a 4G available, it actually scales up. So it works across the 2G till 4G bands. And we've also partnered with Tata Global Communications, wherein we also
used to grow crops. However, what's often overlooked is the fact that IoT technologies themselves have their own carbon footprint, which can undermine and negate some of the benefits if they're not deployed responsibly. This brings me to the focus of my talk today, which is to provide you with some insight into how IoT deployments can be made more sustainable through the use of the 1M standard. I plan to introduce you to some of the key features supported by the 1M standard, and hopefully provide you with a better appreciation of the sustainability benefits of these features. By using these features, IoT deployments can reduce their energy consumption as well as their carbon footprints. So with that intro, let's jump right into the first feature I'd like to discuss with you today, and that's IoT digital twins. This is a well-known feature being used by many IoT deployments, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. However, when it comes to sustainability and IoT deployments, it's a very important feature and deserves some special attention. From an IoT perspective, a digital twin provides a representation of a physical IoT device in the digital world, which is used to store the, information about the device in a cloud or a gateway. For example, I'm showing street light digital twins here on this slide. Why digital representations of devices are so important from a sustainability perspective is they allow physical IoT devices to disconnect, power down, and sleep for long durations of time while their digital twin remains accessible to applications to access. Using digital twins, applications can access sensor readings from the device even while the device is sleeping and powered down. This can have a huge sustainability benefit since it reduces the energy consumption of devices and in turn increases the battery life and overall deployment lifetime of devices. Digital twins can also reduce the carbon footprint of devices by reducing the frequency of having to swap out and recharge their batteries. When it comes to the 1M standard, it supports a standardized as well as extensible framework for IoT digital twins. It provides developers with flexible options for representing their devices and applications as digital counterparts in the 1M service layer. 1M supports various types of digital twin resources, information models, and ontologies standardized by the 1M standards body, as well as other standards bodies which 1M collaborates with, such as ETSI Serif. The next feature I'd like to cover with you is IoT message profiles. The number of bytes included within each and every message a device sends or receives has a major impact on the time a device needs to stay connected to the network and how long the device needs to keep its transceiver powered. This could greatly reduce or impact the battery lifetime of the device. The number of bytes also contributes to the amount of congestion and overhead an IoT device introduces into the network, especially as the number of IoT devices scales out to large numbers. In many IoT use cases, there's a certain amount of static and repetitive data present within each and every IoT message. For example, it's not uncommon for IoT message payloads to include a device identifier or a location, which seldom, if ever, changes. To address this inefficiency, 1M2M defines message profiles to help streamline message sizes. The 1M2M service layer can be configured with a message profile, which includes information the service layer uses to enrich messages it receives from the IoT devices. Devices have to send only the bare minimum amount of data that is dynamically changing to the 1M2M service layer. The service layer then enriches messages with static information using the message profile feature. These enriched messages are then consumed by backend applications, which benefit from the additional information. The next feature I'm going to cover is IoT device triggering. 1M2M supports device triggering, which enables IoT devices to go to sleep for long periods of time when they're not in use, and then be woken up by the service layer in an on-demand fashion if and when applications need to interact with the device. For example, if and when a device requires a software update, the 1M2M service layer can trigger the device to have the device wake up and reconnect to the 1M2M service layer. 1M2M does this via its support for interworking with underlying networks like 3GPP to send messages to devices to trigger them to wake up and reconnect. When a device receives the trigger, it fully powers up, it reconnects to the network, and receives the software update messages. Once finished, the device can return to a sleep state and conserve power until the next time it needs to be woken up. The next feature I'm going to mention is IoT event processing. 1M2M supports the capability for offloading event detection and processing from devices and applications to the 1M2M service layer. The offloading of processes to the 1M2M service layer greatly reduces the amount of messaging and data exchanged in the system. For example, the 1M2M service layer can be configured with events of interest to an application, such as an intruder alert from a security camera. The service layer can also be configured to perform one or more actions if and when the event occurs. For example, enabling a security alarm and turning on lights. This can all be configured to be performed within the service layer rather than the application having to fetch and analyze data from the service layer and issue commands to perform actions on devices if and when events occur. Hence, this can greatly reduce the amount of messages in the overall system. It can also enable the reuse and sharing of data that's stored within the service layer across multiple processes and applications. For example, data from the same device can be shared efficiently between different applications, such as security applications as well as other applications. The next feature is IoT scheduling and throttling of messages. By managing peak demands on communication networks, network operators can optimize the amount of network equipment, for example, switches, routers, servers, cell towers, and base stations, that are required to meet the customer demands. This can significantly reduce the energy consumption and the carbon footprints that the networks and equipment consume. 1M2M supports several scheduling and throttling features to help network operators minimize the peak demand on their communication networks. For example, the 1M2M service layer supports scheduling messages that are exchanged between devices and applications based on schedule input from the underlying networks. Interworking with communication networks to detect congestion within the network, as well as adjusting schedules for devices and applications to alleviate this network congestion. Also, throttling of messages to alleviate network congestion, as well as batching the messages to increase the efficiency of the message exchanges. 1M2M also supports the capability to notify applications and devices of congestion so that these devices and applications can take action to offload and schedule the messages to other convenient times. This next feature is time synchronization and compensation. Many resource constrained devices lack the capability to keep their local time synchronized with other devices in the network. which typically require the use of heavyweight time synchronization protocols, such as the Network Time Protocol, or NTP. OneM2M supports time synchronization capabilities specifically targeted for resource-constrained IoT devices. It does this by computing and detecting the offset between a device's local time reference and the service layer's local time reference using OneM2M timestamp fields that are placed within the messages. If the service layer detects the time compensation is required, the service layer can compute a time offset and then adjust any timestamp information that's included within the messages the device sends and that are received by the service layer. For example, the OneM2M service layer can adjust the data generation time to compensate for any time synchronization offset that's detected. This can simplify devices and allow them to consume less energy by offloading them from the burden of having to maintain time synchronization with the rest of the system, which requires frequent wake-ups and sending and receiving time synchronization protocol messages. So in the interest of time, I'm going to skip over the next couple of features. This one is IoT interworking, which OneM2M has an extensive set of interworking capabilities to interwork OneM2M with other networking technologies. And then finally, IoT group management. OneM2M also has an extensive set of features to group IoT devices and communicate with devices in groups, which I'll skip over for the interest of time today, because I know you have a packed schedule. So some of the takeaways that I'd like to leave you with today. First off, it's important for us all to realize that IoT deployments themselves have their own carbon footprint, which, if not optimized, can undermine and chip away at the sustainability benefits of an IoT deployment. Secondly, OneM2M provides several key features that can enable more sustainable IoT deployments. Many of them I've discussed with you today, but there's several others which I didn't cover today. Lastly, these standardized OneM2M features can reduce energy consumption, maximize deployment lifetime, and minimize the amount of e-waste for IoT deployments. Here on this slide, I'm including a link for the OneM2M sustainability white paper that we recently published and where you can find additional information. I'm also including a link here to the OneM2M website where you can find the detailed specifications, which includes a much more exhaustive information about the OneM2M features and functionality. Lastly, I'd like to say thank you to both CDOT as well as TEC for inviting me and organizing this event. And hopefully you found my presentation today to be informative. And if you'd like to reach out to me for any further discussion, providing my contact information for here as well. So again, thanks a lot, and hopefully you guys had a great event, and would love to meet with you in person in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your talk. May I now request Mr. Shamik Biswas, Senior Vice President and Head of Marketing at Plintron, to talk about IoT propositions for VNOs and MVNOs.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to address this August Assembly. I am Shamik Biswas, Senior Vice President and Head of Marketing at Plintron. My company is a digital communications technology company, which enables brands to acquire and engage with customers. We have launched more than 143 MVNOs in all 6 continents. The topic of today's lecture is IoT propositions for VNOs/MVNOs and how it is win-win for MNOs. A question which many of you may ask, what are VNOs or MVNOs? VNOs are virtual network operators, and they do not have their own network, but use the network of a licensed mobile network operator. They are a large number of MVNOs, especially in the US, Europe, and Latin America. Some popular MVNOs include Virgin Mobile, Redwood Mobile, and so on. Why are MVNOs useful or VNOs useful? They actually help MNOs monetize niche segments and provide more choice to the customer. For example, church groups may launch their own MVNOs, or any religious group for that matter may launch their own branded mobile services. I mentioned church groups because we have enabled church groups in Brazil launch their own mobile services. They can give their own religious music and engage their community members. We've helped football clubs in Brazil again launch their own mobile services, branded mobile services. Similarly, we've helped supermarkets launch their own mobile services, catering to their own set of customers. So these are various specific segments which can be monetized. And the MVNO basically acts as a wholesale partner for the mobile network operator, saving his cost of acquisition. Plus, MVNOs, which are dedicated to niche segments, can actually concentrate on that segment and give it far greater attention than a large mobile network operator would. IoT is one such segment where VNO can actually help mobile network operators. And that is the subject of my talk. Now, let me go ahead and give a slightly larger introduction on the status of MVNOs or VNOs in India. There was latent demand for MVNO licenses from the first decade of this century itself. And even before an MVNO policy was announced, international MVNO major Virgin Mobile, which focused on the youth segment, had launched its brand in India under a franchisee agreement with Tata Teleservices in 2008. Future Group followed soon with a similar franchising agreement with the Tata Teleservices, replicating the supermarket MVNO concept, which I just talked about, with the launch of T24 in 2010. See MVNOs and could not succeed as there was no MVNO regulation at that point of time in India. The scenario was not very clear. TRAI issued its first MVNO policy regulations in 2008, followed by fresh recommendations in 2015. Thereafter, the Department of Telecommunications announced its virtual network operator license policy in May 2016. Since then, DOT has issued more than 125 VNO licenses, and this is dated data till March 2021. However, very few universal unified service access, that is mobile MVNOs or MVNO licenses, have been issued. However, due to some of the VNO licensing conditions, coupled by lack of interest of the mobile network operators, the VNO sector has not really been able to take off in terms of operations. And there are very few VNOs who are actually operational. However, IoT is one area where there can be a win-win relationship between MNOs and MVNOs, especially with the emergence of 5G. Now, why is the IoT sector particularly lucrative for VNOs? One is the emergence of 5G and eSIM technology, which will catalyze a huge growth in the IoT sector and spur new use cases in a number of segments. Why is 5G a boon for IoT? Demand for IoT connected devices is bound to grow up exponentially with the emergence of 5G. There are 3 5G use cases which are very useful. One is enhanced mobile broadband or EMBB, which increases the broadband speed. Second is ultra low latency, URLLC rather, which is extremely useful for IoT, especially in critical use cases like robotics, surgery, or precision mining, where a very low latency is required. The third is massive machine type communications, or MMTC, which allows a large number of interconnected devices to coexist. Hence, 5G is a game changer. The IoT opportunity is extremely lucrative for VNOs. The IoT M2M opportunity for VNOs is currently valued at USD 4.29 billion and is expected to grow to USD 6.41 billion over the next 5 years at a CAGR of 8.9%. Europe is the largest market with the current size expected at 1.98 billion. North America is the next largest market with the current IoT M2M opportunity valued at 1.67 billion. APAC is the current opportunity is valued at USD 0.4 billion. However, APAC has the largest growth rate and is expected to grow at a rate of 10.3% CAGR over the next 5 years. Hence, it is the most happening market. Now, let me speak about the role of IoT and VNOs. VNOs have an added advantage over most IoT solution providers that apart from aiding solutions, they also provide the connectivity solution. VNOs also support eSIM and remote SIM provisioning in many cases. Now, many IoT use cases like telemetry, telematics, that is vehicle tracking, and certain other such use cases are high volume, low ARPU, LPWA or low power wide area connections, which normally do not appeal to MNOs. Most MNOs are interested in high ARPU connections because they want to improve their ARPU. However, VNOs who are focused on telemetry or on such specific segments which are high volume yet a low ARPU, with having a customized business model, can still have a viable business proposition. Hence, this is a very win-win partnership where the VNOs help aggregate these low ARPU, high volume connections and present it on a wholesale basis as a large account to the MNOs. So this is a clear case where a VNO is helping a MNO because the MNO would not have ordinarily even catered to these markets. And as we know, smart metering, telematics, etc., very vital applications. Hence, the VNO help cater to these vital segments through a specific business model, even though they are low ARPU, by aggregating and with the specified business model, they still make a viable business proposition. And this aggregation helps the MNOs because these MVNOs aggregate all these customers, low ARPU customers, and add immensely to the wholesale revenue of MNOs. Hence, this is a very important example of how MVNOs or VNOs aid MNOs. Now, let me cover IoT verticals where IoT/MTM MVNOs add value. In the interest of time, I cannot go into details. I have already covered telemetry, where by enabling smart metering, IoT MVNOs as well as IoT applications save a lot of manual labor. Then we have telematics, logistics, wearables, smart agriculture and dairy, where my company specifically has enabled a lot of IoT MVNOs in countries like Brazil for dairy farming, livestock management, farm surveillance. You can see the details on the website of my company. Then smart city applications, smart home, fintech, healthcare, and industrial IoT. So there is a plethora of applications where IoT adds value. Now to conclude, IoT has been transforming the telecom industry, especially with the emergence of 5G and technologies like EMBB, MMTC, and URLL will see much further growth. MNOs have been traditionally hesitant to float VNOs in India. However, in this kind of segment, which is low ARPU and high volume LPVA, which are not very attractive for MNOs who traditionally covet high ARPU subscribers. Here in this segment, they may like to work with VNOs who will be aggregating low ARPU connections and add to the wholesale revenues, especially in segments like telemetry, etc. IoT VNOs are also well supported by MVNAs, which aggregate multiple VNOs and make the proposition even more attractive for the MNO. MVNAs also have other advantages by providing wholesale airtime and data contracts to the VNOs. They support eSIM and remote SIM provisioning. They also provide IoT connectivity management suite for easy administration of SIMs, as well as go-to-market consulting to individual VNOs. Overall, MNOs, MVNAs, and VNOs form a cooperative ecosystem and acts as to the mutual benefit of each other. With 5G SA deployments enabling network slicing in the future, which will enable multiple use cases, we will also see a new breed of VNOs target specific use cases with solution bundling connectivity needs with emerging technologies like cloud, AI, and big data. You know, like applications like telemetry need lower bandwidth. However, applications like OTT, video streaming need higher bandwidth, lower latency, or MPOS applications need lower latency. Network slicing will enable multiple use cases support by the MNO. This is the conclusion of my presentation. If you have any questions, please do mail me at my email ID. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As we are now heading towards the end of this conference, I would like to invite Mr. Arindam Bhattacharya, Registrar CDOT, for the closing remarks.
So we come to a closure of 2 days of exhaustive discussions on IoT M2M and various topics. I'm extremely indebted to all those who supported us, DOT, TSDSI, all our fellow participants, the partners ecosystem who had set up their stalls outside and showcase their solutions, and also all the speakers, all the distinguished speakers who have either took the labor to come over here, given talks, very engaging discussions, and all those who took out time, without giving any kind of conditions to the timings that they had to be present for this session. I think some of them are still online, I believe so. Yeah, I believe Reina Kamil is there. A big thank you to you. I mean, you not only presented in the standardization section talking about the ITU engagement of 1M2M, but also a spare time for talking about the IoT security part of it. All the speakers, I mean, in the opening inaugural session, my sincere gratitude to Shri Sanjeev Agarwal, Member Technology, DOT India, who highlighted the important aspects of sustainable IoT M2M deployment with focus on security and interoperability. Member Services, Dr. Mahesh Shukla, who spoke about how AIML and sustainable IoT can leverage things. And our Secretary, Raja Ramanji, I mean, who emphasized that we should be synergistic in our approach and work towards a goal of achieving IoT M2M ecosystem in this country. Prior to that, Ms. Pamela Kumar, DG TSDSI, had pointed out that there should be concerted efforts on the standardization aspects, and there should be more contributions from the IMs in standardization. We are somewhat contributing in the IoT segment, but we are totally absent in the 3GPP aspects. So at least on the IoT front, we know that we are doing something, but it is too less and too little, and we must step up. All the speakers who participated in the use cases segment, they delivered talks about the use cases, and the speakers in the smart city segment talked about the smart city case studies, the smart city initiatives being taken by MOHU and Smart City Mission, and a very engaging discussion, panel discussion involved Ernst & Young, Mohua, and along with that, Morth, who also thankfully agreed to be part of this particular conference. So overall, a very enriching experience. We are really indebted to all of them. Lastly, but not the least, all my fellow organizers who actually had put in a lot of hard work in making this a success. So I thank you all. Thank you, Toshniwalji. I believe you are there online. So my sincere gratitude to you and your team for making this happen, the TSDSI members and everybody else. Thank you. Thanks a lot.